Hello and welcome everybody to the EGFH Season 7 Overwatch Finals. Today we are looking to see some good action going. We're going to be starting off with Purple Eagles versus North Mesquite Stallions. Exciting game, I'm sure. And these teams are going to be looking to qualify for the EGFH National Tournament in June. To be part of EGF's collaboration with Disney. Of course, for your casting entertainment, I'm going to be Sir Waltham, joined by FBI Tugboat. Again, we're very excited to be here for this production. For those of you who don't know, this is going to be a single elimination tournament, best of 5, first to 3. I prefer to say. Be sure to follow us on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram for all that stuff. Make sure you're staying in the loop. These teams will greatly appreciate your support as well. But Tugboat, we kind of gotten all the formalities out here. I want to know kind of a little bit of information we have on these teams, what we can expect to see moving forward.
Absolutely. You say excited. That's my excited face. We got North Mesquite Stallions taking on the Purple Eagles. Now, the idea here with Sir Waltham is, of course, both these teams are Texas teams because they're from the same state. We have to play that up as a interstate rivalry here. So the battle for Texas will be concluding here for game number 1. Now, we had our schedule up on screen. We'll talk about those games as they come, but let's get a little bit more into these ones. North Mesquite coming through here at a 4-6 record over the 10 total games across those weeks from Stage 1, Stage 2 of the EGFH, that's the Electronic Gaming Federation High School side, Season 7, that many fingers, a lot of seasons there. Now, other side, Purple Eagles, a little bit of a different story, Sir Waltham. Looking at 10-0, they have not dropped a match. Now, there were plenty of forfeit situations. This year has been a true test of all of us for sure. These teams, high school-wise, no exception to that whatsoever. There were several different forfeits on both sides of these, in the regular season, from both of these teams, but hopefully these forfeits will be starting this year in just a little bit. Now, as it is, Purple Eagles have only dropped 2 total maps, not matches, Sir Waltham, maps, across the entire regular season of the 7th for the EGFH.
That is certainly not bad. As we do look ahead, however, we're going to be starting on Oasis. We're getting onto a few other maps as we look ahead, but no need to spoil the food that's already in front of us. This appetizer of Oasis, if you prefer Tugboat. You see Purple Eagles there in the blue, North Mesquite in the red, and they're both lining up a little bit of a different composition, particularly in those tank and support lines.
Yes, sir. Classic Zarya Ryan over to the side of the Purple Eagles over here on the left. Chris Frosty making up the tank core for the North Mesquite Stallions. A little bit of a different story, a lot more mobile, especially with the similar, everything else actually. The only other difference here is the main support. Yes, the May Reaper on the side.
And immediately we're going to be seeing the action go underway here as Stallions start to take up a good position right onto point. The kill's already going in their favor. Lucio does get taken down early as we see that Reaper looking to push up, be that enforcer, really put the hurt down. And the Maywall coming out and ensuring those last few kills come out for the Stallions as now they are going to get that first point cap.
Yeah, so a very, very definitive first team kill here. You have to think that especially difference 65, 66 now to 50% for the main supports on board until Roman, the 1954, did switch onto the Baptiste. Now wholesale switches, actually. I like this. The 2 main supports for the Purple Eagles.
As we do look ahead, those supports going to be able to do a lot more healing than perhaps otherwise we would see. As now Purple Eagles going to be looking to get Soups in there, get that shield right up ahead, but a lot of shielding being done before the entryway has even been breached, but a big Maywall going to be sectioning off Chris on that. Reinhardt has the Earth Shatter, so the counter's going to have to come in from Soups, but it's not quite there. A big Fire Strike lands onto 2 as they're down. Maywall going to be blocking off their own team from the Stallions, but it's not going to stop them from swinging forward and getting those kills.
But Chris, a little 2-for-1 action, little 2 birds, 1 stone. Got a fantastic, well-aimed Fire Strike on that previous. The big difference there, Sir Waltham, was the simple utilization of those Maywalls. Raven Leader had a decent one, but it was Shia who kind of held on to that, made sure that Chris was going to be A-OK, kept his main tank alive, kept the team fight a-winning.
As now we look ahead and we see a couple of ultimates going to start to come online for Purple Eagles. Have their opportunity to strike back here. They do have to be careful though as things start to get lined up. The Maywall comes out, the Diva Bomb gets sent right down the main, but the Immortality Field there to save, but not enough as North Mesquite once again starts to pull out the kills in heavy here. Now the Blizzard's going to be committed, as a matter of fact. Chris getting caught in no man's land, no team to back them up. but the Blizzard will be enough to ensure that Stallions get at least a few more kills. The Death Blossom comes out. Diva can't catch it as it's going to take down the Moira. And now Reaper looking to try to make a play here. That Baby Diva and the Mei, the only ones who really have that foothold anywhere on point, and eventually it's going to go to the Purple Eagle.
There you go. So, end of the day, DPS made the big decision there, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but it was the Mei Blizzards and the utilization thereof that was the big difference in this last one. Xiaoyu came out with a real solid one. It was even a little bit later, but Raven Leader and the progress that he made, going to be the name of the game. Frosty also just kind of abandoning those diva issues, did not get that eat against a Death Blossom that could have been easily forecasted.
As we're talking about forecast, the weather looking a little bit chilly as the Mei walls get raised. A big Earth Shatter comes in, lands onto 5, and with that, North Mesquite Stallions take this back at a blistering rate.
Blistering indeed, like you left out in the sun a little bit too long. 5% separates these without switches wholesale-wise. Purple Eagle will not be able to get back to this one. There's the Lucio switch, Maywall out, not going to happen. Wow, okay, so that is the effect a single Earth Shatter can have, even if the Reinhardt is blocked off by entire Maywall.
Supremely effective coming through there. Already, Stallions looking to put their feet into the dirt, not giving any room to the Eagles.
You know, kind of dig their heels in right there. It can't be understated. The simple fact that this was that was X-Soup, right? No, excuse me, that was North Mesquite because they just took this first one here. Chris just kind of saying the course. Yes, he got walled off, lands the shatter because he realizes there's nothing else really there to be done. You're either gonna die alone out in the cold like that, or just utilize the ultimate. They had plenty of time to be able to bring this one back. As it is, it worked, and they put this one down. What, 134 was it?
Right
40?
About, yeah. We do look ahead. We're seeing not much of a change-up in those terms of those tank lineups. We're going to be seeing the Ryan Diva versus the Ryan Zarya. Immediately the high ground being taken by North Mesquite Stallions. Frosty making sure to maintain a little bit on a line of sight there, making it a little bit more difficult for anybody to push up, including that Zarya gets knocked right back down. In the meantime, North Mesquite Stallions have moved on to point with the rest of their main force, looking to just get that early possession. That early positioning going through as well, and sets up Chris for a nice ult charge off the Fire Strike. The Maywall going to be coming in, sectioning off that Reinhardt. You have to be careful if your X stoops there. And with that, the Reaper comes in, does his job of taking down the tanks, and North Mesquite look to continue with their momentum. Wow,
yeah, we get a last little bit of Chris's quadruple kill there at the end. End of the day, it's the Maze. I said it again, this time I'll rhyme, I guess, Sir Waltham. Xiaoyu's just been playing a fantastic Mei here, and the utilization of these Mei walls has kept the majority of his team alive several different times, or spelled out the absolute destruction of at least one tank on the other side. That's the name of the game here. As long as they continue to do that, they'll have no problem continuing this lead.
Look forward to seeing if the Purple Eagles can adapt, perhaps focus down those Mei walls a little bit better. You have to think that Xiaoyu's going to be looking to set up another one here right down this main alleyway. The Flashbang goes in, stuns Chris out of the shield, but the Earth Shatter comes in once again and goes a big 4, maybe 5 there, but it was cleaned up right as that Earth Shatter hits, and now it's just Jimmy's on the Zarya trying to exfil, but can only do so much, almost running into traffic, but eventually cleaned up.
Yeah, so gets an extra 15-18% on ultimate, so not terrible. Turns an absolutely horrible situation into a much better one. Chris showing that even without the Xiaoyu Maywall, this is North Mesquite Stallions squad. That's a mouthful. They can still get it done.
Yeah, do now look ahead. A couple support ultimates coming on from North Mesquite, but it's going to be Purple Eagles who initiate with that sound barrier, the Coalescence as well, layering those support ults their best. Purple Eagles have to try to make something happen, and that might just be it. The Coalescence does give an early intro, but it's going to be the later Coalescence from Siflu who gives the team that later healing that allows them to just get so aggressive, and with this, Purple Eagles just have to let Roman be cleaned up and try to go for another quick one.
Wow, so North Mesquite coming out swinging on this one, really looking down the barrel of 100-0 after Xiaoyu. Yeah, the Maywalls. I really feel like the sound barrier on the other side may not have been the best idea. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get to this one. I was thinking that they weren't, but end of the day, barrier that early makes sense if you're ready to pump it up very quickly. It does not make sense if you're not ready to pump it up very quickly and you are near a choke point like that. May was on the other side, as it was, the wall came up and ate away what? The first big chunk, the first second and a half of that sound barrier. It's only an ultimate that lasts for 2.5. Or I think 3 total, but you know, after if you've taken any damage in the first 2 seconds, it's basically gone by 3rd second, so.
Certainly, and right there, Tug, it seemed like we were having a really good game for the tanks, a lot of Maywall utilization there, so overall the positioning and stylings from these teams looking pretty good on both ends, if I'm being sincere. Of course, North Mesquite going to be looking a little bit stronger on those Earth Shatters. I think that the 5- and 6-man Shatters speak for themselves.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. When you're taking entire team kills based off a single ult utilization, that is just huge. That's about as good as it's going to get outside of a situation where you don't use any ultimates, right? Even I can do that math. Now looking on next to Numbani, just on paper, we're looking at a team that is 10-0 and a team that's 4-6. Would have anticipated a little bit more there towards the end, but North Mesquite, these Stallions are galloping. 2-0 for the first control map, and the second one looking way more handed than the first. First being, again, I believe it was 100-40 or so. Second, we didn't see an Eagles point on the board, correct?
Yeah, we saw them get the flip, but they didn't take a whole sub map.
Okay, sorry. I thought they didn't get any progress on there whatsoever. It was less than 40 though, right? I mean,
yeah, on University they got about 36%.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So similar situation. Sorry, I must have completely missed that. I'm sorry. Either way, less than 50 is not great and very handy for a team that came through stages 1 and 2 with a 4-6 win-loss differential.
And as we do look ahead, we have to kind of, well, I always like to give the disclaimer here at Tugboat that, you know, when we look at those control maps, they're a little bit more of the equalizer. They're a little bit more just that deathmatchy style that, you know, you can really just focus on, you know, getting the kills as a team, and the objective will come naturally with it. As we start moving into these next, look towards Numbani, Hanamura, that mentality might have to shift here as the gameplay becomes a lot more objective based.
Just plain and simple, yeah. These further game types, simple fact of just moving points you have to get to, right? King of the Hill, you know it's not going to change anywhere until you come back to the true 50-50 situation in between the individual rounds. Best 2 out of 3 on that one, obviously. With a moving payload, obviously a lot more positions you have to take once you start talking about DPS positioning, and especially if they're longer range, then that just, I mean, especially look at Numbani, right? Yeah, there's a lot of high catwalk areas in some places, and in some places snipers are literally worse than useless. They're literally like a detriment to your team. On some places in Numbani, obviously not all places by any means, but that's just Overwatch for you, right? Perfect example right there.
Yeah, I mean, Overwatch, definitely that game of, you know, picking the right piece for the right part of the puzzle. Obviously, if there was a character that was, you know, the best in every single situation, I think we definitely know about it. It'd definitely be hard to get off the keyboards of any player there. But
yeah, we're not in goats anymore. Think whatever's out there.
Well, as a tank player, I'm a little bit remiss about it, but that's neither here nor there. Tugboat. My personal feelings aside, definitely looking forward to seeing how these two teams handle here. Now, I want to ask you a question, Tugboat, because something that we saw that definitely came into a factor here on Oasis. We saw a lot of the May play coming out, and those May walls, especially from the side of North Mesquite, seems so crucial in setting up the Purple Eagles to be put in a really compromised position. If you're on the side of Purple Eagles, and let's say that, you know, we're looking ahead past Numbani, where, you know, the May wall's perhaps a little bit more effective, how do you cope with that?
Incredibly mobile team comps, but which is to say, yes, you could mold your entire team around having to deal with these May walls predictably at choke points, or just have your own, honestly. A little bit of coordination, you can get on. You can obviously lift your entire team up onto a May wall. Even if that's not worth it, just simply having one of your own will almost always equal out to a situation just like with your Roadhogs. You never want to be the Roadhog who hooks first. You always want to be the May who walls last. It's the same thing here, Waltham.
It certainly seems to be the case, as looks like, once again, Purple Eagle's going to be starting off on the left side, meaning that they will be starting off with a defense, and looks like they're going to be, once again, toying around with the idea of the May. Raven leader going to be looking to cut off those, I guess, escape routes.
End of the day, it makes a lot of sense, especially if you're the Purple Eagles and you just have what Shayu did on that May. Go forth, see what's going on. Now, Reaper, we'll just call him Reap. I think that might be much easier. The Purple Eagles player named Reap, who is playing on the Hanzo right now, makes a lot of sense as well. Kind of that middle range DPS character. Push through the front behind Chris. I bet they'd follow him anywhere, but he gets incredibly low. Gets down to single? I'm sorry, that was ridiculous.
Eventually taken down, and now Purple Eagles looking like they're getting a little bit more of the footing in here once they know the positions that they need to hold. Shayu going to be buying their team just a little bit of a breather with that May wall just to get away, regroup with the rest of their team.
Yeah, very quick first engage. Makes a lot of sense. North Mesquite does not want to feed on into in the ultimates. Other side, Purple Eagles. Unfortunately, nobody is lower than 50%. Yeah, Raven Leader now hitting that. DPS is just a little bit behind the tanks and the supports.
And now we see Purple leading in with Jemmys, ready to get some early damage with that Sigma, but North Mesquite just going to be taking the underpass, trying to get in there, immediately putting in a bunch of damage with those Reinhardt swings, and already this fight kind of breaking down in 13 different directions. It feels Chris has the Earth Shatter, but it's hard to get a single line of sight onto multiple members. Slowly backing up, getting picked apart by Reaper on that Hanzo. The late sound barrier and coalescence into this fight may be unnecessary, but it is going to help Purple Eagles secure this fight for the time being.
North Mesquite looking like they're going to get out. No, they are not. Reaper says, come on right back. You know, I got something for you here. Yeah, comes on out of the freeze, even with the changes to Chicken Reload, not going to matter. Everybody just swarming right there. North Mesquite forced to come back, think at this one, see what they want to recreate, see what they want to do differently, see what they want to try and test the Purple Eagles. Shake that tree, see what falls out. 2 minutes on, plenty of ultimates on board as well. The entirety of the Stallions will be up to ultimate in about 15 seconds, even that's without damage.
We do see now a lot of ultimates online for both sides. We'll see exactly how that allows this fight to shake up here. Jimmy's gonna be going in, getting hit by a nice Earth Shatter coming in from Chris. What else do you expect from this Reinhardt at this rate? The Blizzard gonna be trying to come in from the Purple Eagles as a last-minute save effort, but the Maywall gonna be giving them a momentary reprieve, and now another investment of ultimate in the Gravitic Flux. Sound barrier coming in from Flashback, and North Mesquite Stallions able to avoid the damage from all those ults invested by Purple Eagles.
So, end of the day, you couldn't have known 100% that Flashback had his sound barrier, but if you're a Jimmy's and you have this, there's a certain point you realize that all hope is lost, right? It's just time to jump off, die, whatever else, die on point, get on out of dodge, and just chalk this one up, right? You don't want to feed ultimates, you don't want to use up, not necessarily, unfortunately, Jimmy's and the rest of Purple Eagles could be using a Gravitic Flux right about now.
Certainly could, as this card continues to move through this Streets phase. A very difficult one sometimes for the defenders to get their footing locked down on, but it looks like Purple Eagle's going to be trying to take the corner. Again, getting caught out by the Maywall, puts the tanks in an unfortunate position as we see Frosty on this high ground, looking for their dive target, really goes for it, just getting regrouped with their team, providing a little bit of that cover as Diva. The damage continuing to try to come through, but now it's going to be Shayu dropping the Blizzard, and Purple Eagles bringing up a Maywall, making sure that it's not as easy to access the rest of them, but the Death Blossom doesn't care when it just goes up and over the wall, allowing now the North Mesquite Stallions to bring down the hammer.
So this is what, the second or third time this entire matchup across two different maps now that this was, no, sorry, not this one right here. What I'm trying to say is that the vast majority of these team fights have resulted in completely team wipes, right? Like 5, if not 6, and the full 5 members falling. This one being no exception to that whatsoever. The first team fight in this map was not like that, and that's it.
The excellent counter pin coming in from Chris allows that Reinhardt from Soups to be stunned out, not allowing the contest to come through. The Lucio quick cleanup after that point, and this is a rough spot for the Eagles.
Big staggers here. Raven Leader, especially in May with Blizzard on board, not going to be ideal. Tank's pretty close to it, so Purple Eagles will be coming back to this with a lot in the tank. Frosty's close to that self-destruct, and that's the only thing the Stallions are going to have in their pocket.
As we hear those dragons come through, it's going to be Reaper just trying to buy a little bit of space, get the better positioning for the Stallions, trying to push their will on their opponents. The sound barrier will come out from Roman, but they are still that man down. Reaper not going to be there to give a lot of enforcement. Jimmy's taken down with the self-destruct. It's the return shatter coming in from X-Soups, but the rest of their team not quite able to capitalize upon it. Reaper not quite in the fray as they needed to be. Everybody stunned out, but you can't really get the capitalization there. Now it's just a matter of burning time off the cart. Not many fights left for this defensive team. Purple Eagles looking to just get anybody out on the cart here, Tugs.
There you go. So North Mesquite Stallions, their support play and the timing of the ultimates really do keep them in this one. Purple Eagles put up a very solid team fight there towards the end. Ultimates coming left and right. A good place Maywall paired with a kind of that pool shot Diva self-destruct did take out the Sigma, and I think that was kind of the beginning of the end for the Purple Eagles. But at the end of the day, really striking back, getting a lot of damage on a litany of different North Mesquite Stallions characters, and it was Flashback and Sithlu and their support ultimates respectively that really kept the North Mesquite Stallions into this one.
Definitely a good opportunity here for the North Mesquite Stallions. And if you're Purple Eagles right now, you have to start thinking about what we can do to give ourselves any sort of advantage. They really seem to be struggling here, Tugboat.
I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm so split on what do you do with the May here, right? It makes sense for the Purple Eagles to kind of predict it to run their own, but I also really like what Shayu is at least forecasting right now. We were talking about the weather earlier. I like the Echo a lot. End of the day, you can still copy their May, so when you really need it the most, you can still get that May wall action in.
Certainly, of course, being able to take to the skies gives you a little bit of a different angle of attack in the most literal
also
sense.
A very good point. Look at who on Purple Eagle did that, right? Leave a
Yeah,
May to shoot icicles up top, leave a hog to try and hook it. It's going to be hard.
Certainly will. We'll see exactly how it comes to fruit here as the spawn doors do open up, and Purple Eagle is going to be pouring out with the Winston Roadhog. A little bit of a mixed match of traditional tank compositions that we see there, but I have faith in the Purple Eagles that they can make something happen. You hear the teleports coming in from Reaper. Moved a little bit further forward.
Little flank action.
Trying to find something.
I like the split attention here.
Hook coming in, going to be landing onto the Diva, but that new armor going to be keeping her alive a little bit healthier than prior. It's Jimmy trying to just put that damage in with from Roadhog, not able to find too much though, and now North Mesquite Stallions already getting an Earth Shatter in, and Chris getting a 3K with the Fire Strike. This is looking great for the Stallions as they continue to push forward and hold this defense firm.
Wow, okay, so, excuse the pun, North Mesquite's workhorse is Chris, 100%. The simple ability for him to come forth, get a shatter that early, it's all about maintaining your kind of your cool under pressure, right? 100% that was Chris. Yes, he stayed alive because the Sith lose invincibility field. The simple fact of getting 3 on a Fire Strike after that, huge stuff.
A great opportunity there for the Stallions as well, but it does equalize their economy a little bit. They won't have that Earth Shatter in their pocket for this next fight. We see the Winston trying to dive in. Soups trying to get a little bit of that cleave damage with the Tesla cannon, but it's going to be hard going up against so many armored units. You see Soups getting caught out, has to retreat for the time being, but eventually taken down by a couple errant shots from Sith Luke. Reaper has to back up as well, looking to keep their life intact, but Senex invests the Coalescence, doesn't throw it onto the Reaper. Reaper breaks that LOS. It's going to be very difficult now for Purple Eagles to continue here, especially with that Moira going down. A nice bonk coming in from the Reinhardt, and it's all going to be cleaned up from the Stallions, who now quite a few ultimate.
Yeah, just kind of hit him on the head with a stick right there. That's the. It might seem simple, but if it's isn't broken, don't fix it. That's what Chris says. North Mesquite Stallions, they are absolutely glowing. Flashback is the only one who is not flashing himself. 75%. We'll have that sound barrier here soon. As Reaper, the DPS player for Purple Eagles, switching from Reaper onto the McCree. Not against this one at all. We were talking earlier about the just straight up difficulty that Shayu up top is going to give them.
It's going to be Jimmy's trying to go for a little bit of the hook, trying to go fishing a little bit, but it's going to be the sound barrier initiating coming out from the Purple Eagles, but that Reinhardt just holding them back for quite a long time, allowing the McCree to try to come through. It's going to be the double kill off of the back of the self-destruct as well. Looks like Purple Eagles had their opportunity here, but they're still struggling to have those manpower, have that manpower right on the point, especially with this duplicate in the form of a hog. We'll be using that full hog to knock everybody back should they get anywhere close.
Yeah, so Shayu probably wasn't the time to pull the duplicate at that point. I like the chase here, focusing theme on the end, but end of the day, North Mesquite is not going to have any like aggressive ultimates at this. They only have their support ultimates up. Closest is 40%. They could definitely be using that in this next. I'd hate to see if that's the defining factor here.
We will see if Soups' Primal Rage comes into effect as well. Can give over quite a bit of ult charge to those DPS if they're not careful. And it's going to be Purple Eagles going right up the gut on this one. Looking to just take it right to their opponents. The whole hog comes out from Jimmy's but doesn't focus on the Rhine. And because of that, a big pin gets eaten by the pig. And with this, it looks like Purple Eagles are just getting picked apart piece by piece. Such an unfortunate spot as the supports are the last ones to fall onto the point. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, generally, I think pigs enjoy pins more. Like pig pin, I don't know. There's something there. There's some kind of content, I promise. But seriously, I mean, mostly a Lucio player, played plenty of off tank in my time. You focus that whole hog onto the Reinhardt, there's no way he's going to be able to hit you with a charge.
And he does come out on the Wrecking Ball just to touch point, make sure that contest comes through, but gets taken down before it really comes into effect. Ina Noon going out, doesn't net too much from the attackers. Earth Shatter trying to make something happen. The defense, though, comboing it with a self-destruct, ensuring that things go their way. It's going to be North Mesquite Stallions taking down that overtime wick, and with that, Numbani is going to go their way as well.
Yeah, so this is 2 matches now where the Purple Eagles have failed to put up a point, a team that went across. And again, this is just on paper, just reporting the news here. It's the information that we have before the match, right? 10-0. It only dropped 2 maps, respectively, across 10 weeks, 2 stages, coming in against a 4-16 North Mesquite Stallions, playing very, very well, though. Have not allowed a point for the Purple Eagles. You can't expect anything better than that, my man.
And of course, you can't expect anything other than a play of the game by the Reinhardt. We've been seeing a lot of those performances come through. Chris definitely looking like a very strong player for the Stallions right now. Now, if you're on the side of Purple Eagles here, Tugboat, do you focus on perhaps counterplaying that main tank, or do you kind of turn your attention somewhere else? Where should Purple Eagles be keeping their eyes?
It's such a good question, because McCree comes out, and I really can do both. We saw on the first one, on Oasis, on University, I believe, that just simply what a flashbang over the top of a Rhine Shield can do. It's so simple, and it really, really does get it done. And then, you know, the McCree up against the Echo that was up in the top, flying around, everything else. There's a lot to be said for that, but just maybe the utilization. I'm not 100% sure. The May of their own, maybe pulling that one out when the other side abandoned the May, would have been like a little bit of a different story. But I really just think there's so much pop-off capability for both Chris and for, what was that, Shayu, the player who was running that May and then switched on over to that Echo. Just the pop-off capabilities from both of these players is just absolutely oppressive right now, and so it's really hard to say. Swapping on over onto Hanamura to try on defensive pushes with snipers might be it. Obviously, Reinhardt can't do nothing long range there, and Echo is really going to have to dedicate all of her resources to respond to a sniper threat. So that could be it, and again, kind of a split attention situation right there. But I don't have the golden answer for you, Sir Waltham, and I'm sorry for that, Purple Eagles, but they've shown what they can do here. It's just about utilization at this point and cleaning up a couple corners on that, cleaning up a couple edges, coming back. They've shown that this is not a complete just wipe by any means. This last map was literally just a series of one-team fights on the side of North Mesquite. That might sound like an oversimplification of Overwatch there, but it literally was just one after the next and keeping momentum going from one team fight into that next one.
I certainly have to agree with you, Tugboat. But as we look ahead, you might be thinking, wow, those were some pretty fast rounds that we saw both on Oasis and Numbani. But from what I understand, we do have a couple of highlights, because there were definitely some blink and you'll miss it moments here. We're going to be tuning in with this replay on Numbani.
Perfect timing on that one. And looking back on these replays, maybe that's really, really what it is. I think that the off tanks, maybe from the Purple Eagles, Jimma, I believe, was playing on the Roadhog there, maybe paying a little bit more attention to Chris, right? We saw a different point here where he did get the whole hog up and had a perfect opportunity for it. As it is, Chris with his equally perfect pin on there, and the attention wasn't there. He wasn't able to utilize that big CC ultimate to just simply keep this pinning Roadhog away. That pin comes in as an interrupt, right? As a stun, ends the ultimate right there, gets the damage that it needs, and no whole hog advantage for you, my friend.
Yeah, certainly. And I don't want this to sound dismissive or demeaning in any way, Tugboat, but that's the fascinating thing about watching players, you know, at this, I guess, age. You know, these are still fairly young players in terms of Overwatch pedigree, where, you know, we see players who go into their 20s, 30s. These players are still at that high school level. So I really look forward to seeing, you know, Purple Eagles get that refinement. I look forward to seeing how this fight would have gone. You know, maybe if we saw them, you know, a few more years developed, once those skills really become under their hands, I think we're going to have a team to be reckoned.
No, I'm with it. I'm with it. I like your point there, but somebody in video gaming is in their late 20s and 30s. That's absolute hoopla. Who would ever think about doing something like that? Yeah. I'm making a joke of myself. Myself here, of course. But yeah, flip side of that, I mean, yes, there might be some inexperience, but I think that can also, you know, maybe on a different side of the coin, can also speak to just how much time these young men and women and everything in between have time to come forth and develop their esports skills and whatnot. Getting involved here earlier. I made a joke about it, but I'm 28. 10 years ago, ago when I was in high school, man, this was not a thing. I'm saying this somewhat facetiously, but I can't tell you how many times I lied to chicks that I was interested in about playing video games, right? Because it's just straight up, it's just a different environment now. And how awesome is that you have these teams going forth and providing this kind of value? Okay, it seems all right, we're getting on to this one. Okay, I appreciate, there you go. Build, our producer, I appreciate you letting me go off and rant a little bit.
Well, as we look ahead, we talked about pressing forward, and initially that's what it seems like these teams are exactly going to do. Frosty on that Zarya looking to burn a swath through the opposing team. Purple Eagles already starting off on a very rough foot as they're going to have to get some sort of regroup here eventually, Tugboat.
Yes, sir. Other thing to note here, Reaper has swapped onto the main support. We have a new player in the form of Reaper Dragon playing the second DPS. Yes, we have a Raven Leader as one DPS. The other one was, oh my god, I'm losing it. Synexi, excuse me. Yeah, Synexi goes out as main support for the Purple Eagles. Reaper goes down there, and they bring in Reaper Dragon to play the other DPS.
Certainly a fitting name. The grab going out from the Stallions with the amplification field. Another Earth Shatter. A lot of ultimates are being invested here by the defensive team. It's going to certainly help them to lock things up, though. That Riptide are going to be getting the final kill onto the Junkrat.
And just as, yeah, and these, yes, these teams have swapped. Sorry, I'm so bad about that. Purple Eagles on the right now, North Mesquite on the left. Of course, what has not changed, what has not swapped is Chris's continued and just impressive performance on the main tank, really. Coming through there, keeping it cool under pressure, getting the shatter down after the grab. Money all day.
And now we hear the Riptide coming out from the Purple Eagles, taken down, but the Immortality Field would have been there to respond either way. Now Bob going to be sent barreling in towards that backline coming in from the Stallions, trying to just buy a little bit of space, put the pressure on as well, keeping both sides of the choke really forced down. And Shayu going to be getting 3 kills with that Bob, and now already half the time burnt off the Purple Eagles.
Ash, not a character we've seen so far here, but I do like how North Mesquite is kind of maintaining their mid-range capabilities here. Between Shayu on the Ash, about as long range as you're going to get in this game outside the Widowmaker, and then Sithlu on that hit scan support. All about it. On their side, really they only have the Ana at any kind of distance.
As we look ahead, the Stallions continuing to hold at an arm's distance, not letting their tanks get too aggressive just yet. Chris does have that Earth Shatter, so be looking for it. Reaper Dragon using that teleporter to get up top, but doesn't have the rest of their team to kind of distract the front line. Gets met by a couple of Junkrat kills, immediately taken down. Sigma Gravitic Flux going to be locking down the Stallions for the time being. And now Purple Eagles have their opportunity here, but the Earth Shatter stifles their push once again. It's just the Sigma, just the Junkrat, eventually torn apart as the Stallions continue to hold, but are lacking a few members.
Purple Eagles need to get back into this one right now. There's several different North Mesquite Stallions that are not back. They do not have heals. That's paused. Getting over to a health pack on this one, but Sithlu, flashback not there quite yet. Not maintaining time. Okay, so answer your question a little bit here. Not bagging by any means, but I think the thing that can really be like cleaned up here is simple timing. We'll talk about that a little bit more after this team fight.
And already the Stallion's going to be taking a very aggressive few kills starting out on this fight. Soup trying to throw in an Earth Shatter, but doesn't net too much. The follow-up just not there as that Ash gets taken down. Now we look ahead, and things are looking very good for the Stallions. They're just trying to clean up that Lucio, trying to be a pest, riding around the point, but once again, overtime ticks down. The grab goes in, making sure nobody gets anywhere close to touching. And with that, it's a full hold for the Stallion.
Yes, it is. What we are looking at, everybody, is a situation where the Purple Eagles cannot win this. They can tie, but they cannot win. They can only tie or lose. North Mesquite forcing out no point progression whatsoever. You'd asked me a little bit earlier about it. I think I have an answer for you now. Like I was saying, it's about timing, right? It is exemplified in the situation where we see our Purple Eagles Reaper come over, get great positioning with a teleport over onto the left side if you're coming into this point, right? Gets over there. Perfect positioning. He's a Reaper. That's what he needs to do. Get in backlines, flank, literally name of the game. That's like his kit through and through, right? We've talked about split attention too as well, right? That's when the Purple Eagles really need to push in the front. As it is, the Reapers left out in the lurch, and that literal 3/4 of a second of time, maybe full second of time, Waltham, that's all North Mesquite needs to literally just turn, give them that attention, and now you have a Purple Eagle squad fighting this one 5-6 with a huge source of damage gone from the team fight.
Yeah, a very tough spot there, and suddenly looking on defense, you have to have a very perfect game here just to get that draw, just to come out at a break even, and that's not the easiest feat here on first Hanamura, Tug.
I'm with it, Hanamura. I used to be super not about 2CPs when I first started playing this game, but especially after starting to cast, what, a year and a half, 2 years ago now, I'm way more about it. It's just simply different Overwatch. It does not necessarily mean that it's bad or anything else like that. I just prefer controls. As a Lucio main, that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. As we look ahead, definitely excited for this Doomfist to potentially come out from the attacking team. Xiaoyu already putting forth a little bit of flex on all the different DPS we've seen them playing. Immediately goes in for the punch, doesn't connect with any of those instant kills that Doomfist can be so crucial for, and instead gets caught behind the doorway. Raven Leader able to pick them apart, but they trade the Doomfist for the rest of the enemy team. Purple Eagles getting picked, and with that, Mesquite Stallions look to have the majority of point presence. It's ticking up towards that first, and it looks like this is done and dusted here, Tug, and that is in fact going to be the Stallions getting their third.
Yes, sir. There you go. North Mesquite Stallions are going to be taking down this battle for Texas. Purple Eagles following, unfortunately. And this is a single elimination, too, as well, Sir Waltham. They had a fantastic Stage 1. They had a fantastic Stage 2. Unfortunately, going to be dropped out in the first round of these playoffs. Again, these teams competing. The national competition is ran with EGF and in collaboration with Disney. Not sure if you've ever heard of that company. No. Yes, they're collabing with Disney for a huge national championship. Overwatch, Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, maybe even League of Legends. Don't quote me on that one, Waltham, but that's coming in June. And again, this is deciding who. For now, North Mesquite Stallions continue their gallop through the playoffs.
A very appropriate way of saying that, Tugboat. For this team, it really did go through at quite a fast pace. You might be thinking, well, surely that is not it. And you would be correct. We do have some more games coming up for all you delightful folks at home. So be sure and stay tuned to EGF. We'll be looking forward to bringing you all of the Overwatch action as we proceed later through the day. However, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break, so after.
Hello and welcome, Overwatch fans. We are here live now with the continuation, little playoff action. This is the EGF, that's the Electronic Gaming Federation High School side. Got the playoffs coming at you. I'm FBI Tugbutt. I'm joined by my name Sir Waltham. We got our producer down there producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier, and we do appreciate that. That's Bill down there making our jobs as casters just so much easier. Now, we got the Nuclear Eagles and the Litchfield Cowboys coming on in here into their first round. That's the round of 8 here for the single elimination playoffs. That, correct me if I'm wrong here, Sir Waltham, but the effects here will determine who goes down for the June national competitions for the EGF in collaboration with a little company that you might know as Disney.
You are definitely correct on that one, Tugboat. And normally we're in kind of a spot, you and I, right now, because normally, this is the part of the show where we talk, what we can expect from these teams, what we might, be seeing out of them. Mm-hmm. But so far, really, especially from the side of Litchfield, there is just not a lot of information we have to go on. We mentioned it last time between Purple Eagles and North Mesquite. This year has been crazy, and because of that, we've been seeing a particularly high amount of forfeits. However, this is going to be a good litmus test for these teams moving forward as we do start off on Oasis.
Yes, sir. So this is our map that we did not get last time. We got University and the other one whose name always escapes me. That went down to a quick 0-2 for North Mesquite. North Mesquite tied that up 0-3-0-1 fashion for a quick 0-3 against the Purple Eagles. This is a single elimination, so even though Purple Eagles put up a fantastic offense, fantastic defenses, they will be out of this one. Now their sister team, the Nuclear Eagles, coming in on this one. Nuclear Eagles have had a very solid season. Is that fair to say?
I would certainly think so, although again, forfeits kind of change those numbers up. As we do look ahead, however, we do have a little bit of a preview of the May, which was definitely a factor in the last game, which we saw.
Yes, Senior Saul, the Litchfield Cowboys, won DPS, but isn't he going here towards the middle? Both teams opting to try and duke it out towards the beginning, and that's actually Narcissus, who does get to the front early. A nasty purple against Miracle. Now mostly done away with as the Immortality Field comes out to lead it down. Narcissus continues on, and oh my god, there's an early shatter already coming out from the main tank of one of these sides, looking like our last matchup. Reinhardt's popping off early.
Yeah, a huge opening there by Nuclear Eagles. That anti-nade coming through, landing right onto the Reinhardt. It makes Miracle to be in a very uncomfortable position. Because of that, Immort Field has to come out. And so far, looking very good for the Eagles as they are starting to tick upwards of that 15.
And closest to ultimates, we'll see a aimbot from Dr. Drago out soon. That attack visor is the Litchfield Cowboys just trying to rotate through here. These choke points can always be hard to get. Now Nuclear Eagles giving them a little bit of breathing room on this one. Coming back to point, Dr. Drago getting caught out here. Narcissus actually joining him shortly thereafter. So Litchfield Cowboys should be able to put a linchpin the end of this team fight very quickly. Venom getting super low, utilizing the personal barrier very, very quickly. Now a grab towards the middle. Nobody there to follow it up. Tanky, the Lucio for the side of Litchfield Cowboys did get taken out there at the end. No shields for him, no middle blocking damage, and then what a trio, a quad now of kills from the Nuclear Eagles as Dakwall and Dr. Drago, the DPS duo, come in slapping for the Nuclear Eagles and keep point for them.
Yeah, a good opportunity there from the Nuclear Eagles. They drop that grab, give the Litchfield Cowboys a real lockdown of their own, allowing them to hold on and get those respawns in, allowing for that damage to come through. Worked really well, and it got them 30% throughout that fight. But as we look ahead, 75 to next.
Gravitic Flux out, got a couple. Here comes Tire afterwards. The response coming from Litchfield gets positioned perfectly here as Narcissus, Doc, while both taken out. Now the tac visor getting utilized. Dr. Drago from the top geeks out 2 here as he gets a little bit of help from his Zarya. Venom there on the other side, ending out these kills, finding a lot of value for his DPS. Now, Venom's still here, gonna have a little ball action, little stall action, little Miracle there in the middle. Not gonna happen. Again, gets absolutely melted down. Litchfield not able to touch this point. 100-0 for first game. Nuclear Eagles coming through.
And this is a very unique spot from the Nuclear Eagles. In the last 2 or 3 fights, they've been losing those consistent first, not even just the first man, the first 2 members of their team. And despite that, because they won that first fight so convincingly, with such fervor, they had those ultimates to kind of lead themselves to get those respawns. We saw that tac visor from on high from the soldier. It looked really good in their favor. So Nuclear Eagles definitely working those ults a little bit better so far.
That definitely has been a defining factor here. Now, how Dr. Drago and Venom continue on with this next, the coordination they showed towards the last map of our Oasis here is absolutely impressive. To pull out a performance like that again, not sure if Litchfield will be able to take any progress on this point either. As it is, Vormocked on this Bastion. This is probably a Litchfield Cowboys squad that's going to have to set up super far one way, edgewise here, either super high up top or close to our big health point backside. Miracle now taking a nasty sleep and actually getting woken up here. The charge coming through from the side. Narcissist not going to happen. Now, oh my goodness, Dackwall getting exactly where he needs to. Bastion down, no mercies on point for either squad, so no reses on this. And Litchfield Cowboys fighting this one 5-2-6. Anna getting all the attention in the world, but it's going to be Senior Sol who does fall. Tangy now getting back with the rest, but Dackwall keeping his eyes on the prize as another support taking on this one. Big charge on this one, but Bubble was up, so Venom didn't take any actual damage from that. This momentum, this team fight still going away. The Nuclear Eagles.
And Litchfield right now looking a little bit discombobulated, not seeming like a whole lot of their compositions working together. The tanks, not exactly what you would expect to be the most synergistic. We also see the Bastion there with the Winston trying to shield them. Usually you see something like a Reinhardt and Orisa, something with a little bit of a sturdier shield there, Tugboat. So looking forward to seeing if Litchfield are going to adapt. So far we are seeing this Zenyatta come out as a little bit of a swap.
Wow, so Dackwall has successfully taken out our Bastion. That's Vormocked on the side of the Litchfield Cowboys. 3 fights now in a row. Maybe not first, but still taking him out. Classic counter on that one. A little Genji Baptiste action. Narcissist getting super aggressive on the side. Charge is not going to, yeah, I was going to say. I've been with those runs before. Charge is not up in the move there. Now attack visor on the side as Dackwall takes a nano and a blade looking for some mercy. Is not going to find it there towards the end. That's Athydra? Athydra was able to keep things up through that, but it fall in the end. A little bit of cleanup on point as the Eagles have held on.
Yeah, that late kill onto the Mercy, kind of a little bit of a benefit there as it's going to take longer for that support player to get out of spawn, get regrouped with their teams. And Litchfield Cowboys don't really have anything in the ult banks to work with. They'll have the Primal Rage, they'll have the Tire if they're able to land a few of those kills. But it seems like Nuclear Eagles just be outplaying a lot of these ults, especially if they get that sound barrier up. It's going to give them that reinforcement to really get aggressive that we've seen this team be so far.
With the Winston bubble, the projected barrier from our Zarya McBrosey not proving enough for Vormocked as we get super aggressive here. Now Hydra pulling the Mercy ultimate on this, healing damage boosted all the way around, but Miracle not able to get anything going on this, and immediately afterwards the Tire. So, and we talked about timing. Might have been better to see those both out at the same time. Grab out, maybe just a little bit more cleanup as a big charge comes against Miracle. Players on the side edgewise, but not going to be able to get a whole lot done without their tanks and their main supports.
Now you throw out that grab, but if you're on the side of Nuclear Eagles, if you know it's going to help you win the fight, you know it's the last one, you're not going to be too bothered about it. Nuclear Eagles going to be taking a first win over Litchfield in a pretty dominant fashion here, Tugboat.
That is fair. That is fair. I do not believe, and man, I got this wrong last time, but I do not believe that our losing team got any point progress either map on this. Is that correct?
I do believe so.
Yeah. So, and still, that is a play of the game right there. That is absolutely deserved. Narcissus is coming out here. We saw Chris popping off earlier on that main tank role. The Reinhardts have really been deciding the progress, like just the real momentum of these EGFH teams coming through here for the playoffs so far on stream. I'm liking it.
I do have to give quite a bit of credit. I agree. The tanks definitely playing up to their status, but it feels much more like a team effort coming through from the Nuclear Eagles. We're seeing kind of equal plays coming through. You know, the main tanks will be setting up for big shatters. The Zarya sets up for a grab that locks down and allows for that respawn. The Soldier using that high ground to advantage with Tac Visor. Ana landing some big names, nades. It is a definite team effort coming through here. There's a couple that are shining a little bit better than others, but if you're on the side of Nuclear Eagles, you're definitely pleased about your team's performance as a whole.
You know, this is definitely looking like a squad that put up 9 matches wins-wise here in the regular season through Stage 1 and through Stage 2, only dropping 1 throughout all of that. Again, there was plenty of forfeits, but they also played plenty of games in which they did definitely deserve those W's. Now, looking at Numbani next, and we saw a tight shutdown here in game number 1 between Purple Eagles and North Mesquite Stallions. Is that something you think is going to happen here again?
It's tough to say, right? Normally, we base our opinions off of what we've seen. Even if there's not a score line to go off of, even if every game was a draw, there are certain teams that feel or look more comfortable based off of certain compositions, especially for a map like Numbani. But for Litchfield, it's really a question mark. Nuclear Eagles have seemed very dominant, but even then, we're moving away from those control maps. We're moving towards those objective-based maps that we covered a little bit earlier in our last broadcast, and it's a big question mark. I still do give favor to the Nuclear Eagles just because of the sheer force of dominance they had. It wasn't a very close match, admittedly, just based off of pure scoreline alone. So you got to think that Litchfield have quite a bit of ground to make up if they want to start coming neck to neck with their opponent.
First of three situation. Oasis, Numbani, Hanamura, Gibraltar, then Busan if we do get down to that Game 5 tiebreaker. Completely possible. This is not necessarily that rock and a hard place situation quite yet. Even if Litchfield does drop this next one, they'll still have a little Hanamura in action after that in the game number 3 to still come back and really try and at least go for the reverse sweep on this one. So all hope is not lost quite yet. This is not a Litchfield Cowboys squad that is going so quietly into the night, at least yet, Sir Waltham.
Yeah, if anything else, I do have to give a little bit of credit to Litchfield for trying to stick out comps that they think, might just be the best fit for them. I mean, normally we would see a Bastion being run on Oasis University and not really feel the logic behind that, but definitely Litchfield sticking to their guns there. It shows a lot of resilience. It shows a lot of, I guess, stick-to-itiveness when it comes to this team that can definitely help them out moving forward if they enable it.
No, I'm with it. End of the day, again, correct me if I'm wrong here. We're just talking about it now, but I believe this Bastion did not really get a time to ult as well. This is entirely possible that this is a Litchfield squad that had an entire strat revolving around having that Bastion ultimate. Yes, it might sound a little bit wonky, but weirder things have happened in Overwatch. Trust me, I've been there to witness some of them, but they didn't get that opportunity there. So yes, they went down. There wasn't a whole lot of team fights between these where there's a full 12 ultimates dropped or anything else like that. It might have been different how we had a little bit of Bastion pop off there and got that tank formation going. But hey, that is theory crafting at its worst at this point, I suppose.
Well, we'll certainly look to refine our opinions on that tugboat as we do look ahead. But again, Numbani, we've talked about kind of what we expect from these teams, but I want to move on to what I expect from these compositions. Again, this is where I think Litchfield might be a little bit more inclined to, shine better than they did on Oasis, right? We saw the Winston coming out from that team. It tells me that might be a little bit more of an inclination of their main tank player. And if that's the case, can really be enabled, particularly on that first point, Numbani. So hoping that this is signs that, things might shine a little bit brighter for Litchfield.
I'm with it. I definitely want to see some extra Overwatch as well. Nobody wants a quick 0-3 to exit this one out. Litchfield over here on the left, Nuclear Eagles on the right. They have swapped sides. And that is mostly for me and not you guys, honestly. I always get mixed up when I don't notice.
Yeah, definitely a little bit confusing with those colors, but blue going to be on that defense. And, we're talking about the defense, the two most perhaps defensive characters we could see, maybe apart from a Sim. It's going to be Tangy and at Hydra rocking the Bastion. Torbjorn, haven't yet seen if they've left spawn, but it looks like they have, which means that that's probably what they're going to be running. A very risky gambit here, Tucker.
Yeah, so the double turret kind of hold here. I'm not against it. This is a very kind of bunkery comp. They do have that Reinhardt shield up front, simply setting two huge sources of damage behind it, kind of that 7th source with the Torbjorn turret, while he can still pour out stuff from his firearm there. I guess I'm just trying to reach to see where this makes sense if they're holding on point, right? Isn't this kind of a top hold?
I do not like this positioning right now, Tug. It's going to be very difficult to mitigate a lot of damage when the Bastion and turret are both located right on the same location. Our Nuclear Eagles looking to set up with an early kill.
Yeah, so the pull into a hook, into a shot, into a duck, wall, headshot up front. Amythia's turret now falling a little bit early. Litchfield trying to kind of get a little bit together, but Nuclear Eagles have done a good job of playing this brawl just from any given point at it, trying to join the fight, join the party. Is Dakwall here has been getting assisted from this Mercy so far, and just like that, a cadre of Litchfield Cowboys members does fall. I believe that's going to be all but a team kill, Bell.
Yeah, a good opening there from Nuclear as that last member does get cleaned up. Of course, Tangy going to be not forced, but highly encouraged to switch off that Bastion. Not as good in this freeze phase. Doesn't look like Litchfield's going to necessarily let off the gas, but perhaps they should have. They really needed that regroup to get themselves stabilized. Now the force just keeps coming from Nuclear Eagles.
The big idea here, of course, is that the Lucio is one who fell, so Nuclear Eagles not, or excuse me, so the Litchfield Cowboys not going to be the ones to be able to get out from this one, from this far spawn right here. And this is continuing to go on right here. So yeah, this is just what's going to happen when Litchfield isn't able to get out from this spawn area and get either a split spawn situation or at the absolute least members that don't get back in time, right?
And also, just as crucial here, Litchfield going to be going back onto the Bastion. This is where my eyes start to shift, Tugboat. We're seeing a lot of ult percentage being dropped just because of the number of swaps we saw. We saw the Bastion to the Reaper, back to the Bastion, and now that Bastion nowhere near that tank form. Going to be the Genji Blade coming out, see what he can find.
Yep, so the attention is going to be on the turret form first. The Shimada brother, Dr. Drago, not to be outdone, has to join his Shimada brother Genji Dakwall as he is popping off, getting kills. So the Dragons come out, and the Hanzo at the end. Not 100% sure if that was necessary, but the way Nuclear Eagles are playing this as of right now, not going to matter too much. Some more swaps from Litchfield.
We do see Litchfield go up on to that Pharah, which not the worst option. I like that verticality that player can provide. If they can get themselves restabilized, as they're going to throw in the grab to try to get that stabilization through with the Earth Shatter. Grab
into an Earth Shatter. The sound barrier came at the end, but not going to be enough damage to get these players down. Vormbox falls in the back. He was playing Lucio a little bit ago, but now that's Miracle, his option. A lot of back and forth here. Members trying to get back to this point, and the Senior Saul, Ryan Hart left out in the lurch. Again, all but a team kill here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Nuclear Eagles gonna be thrown in that whole hog just as perhaps a little bit of a celebration, but really gonna have to see if anybody from Litchfield can even touch. It does not seem to be the case as Nuclear Eagles continue their domination here, Tugboat, if I'm being quite frank.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. 4 minutes 55 on the clock for the Nuclear Eagles after a very handed Oasis match. This is going pretty much all their way. Litchfield Cowboys, I mean, you touched on it, and I don't want to be too negative here, but the Bastion swap back too. Can't see that one. Initial defense sort of makes sense, especially you pair it, kind of go with a theme here with the turrets. Again, the Athydra playing on that Torbjorn as well, but after that, and setting up down bottom especially, no reason to swap back to it or have held down bottom.
See if things can perhaps shift for the side of Litchfield, as now they will be up to attack. They will have a quite a task ahead of them to match their almost 5-minute time bank in their opponents, but Nuclear Eagles coming out on the defense with the Wrecking Ball and Sigma's not the most fortified tank line. It's very fast, it's very maneuverable, it can pivot quite well, but not a whole lot of synergy between those two. Nothing like the Sigma Ori that we usually see, or the Wrecking Ball Winston as well, of the dive style.
Yeah, with but perhaps kind of swapping with a different theme here for the Cowboys would be the idea, but so far showing Baptiste main support, Miracle on that Brig as the soft support. Not against the Sombra whatsoever either. It would be very hard to get value with that based on positioning for the turrets.
I actually really do like the Sombra 3. I mean, Narcissist not going to be able to knock around that team, especially with the Brig and Sombra both ready to keep that ball locked down. Now we're seeing them kind of come out of spawn, do a little bit of scouting, but that ball getting a bit aggressive is going to be revealing their hand to Litchfield a little early. Yeah,
so Athydra must have been positioning on this one, because that'd be the perfect time to try and get a hack off. Now, ball coming back in, Narcissus going to pay a little bit for it, is going to be able to get out, so no harm, no foul on that, just a little bit of ultimates fed. Continuing to really just provide a lot of, that split attention that we were talking about. This is now, what, 12, 15, 20 seconds or so that Nuclear Eagles have burned off here?
That's already been 40 seconds into the round as Tangy does fall, and Litchfield look like they have that Bastion as kind of the focal point of their composition, so they may want to get that regroup early on. Yeah, you haven't even gotten your first push, but even if you take it, questionable.
Yeah, so Miracle falls after Vormbox not there to get the otherwise damage in, or the otherwise healing in. Up top is a quick little bloodbath in the, I mean, what is it? That kind of walkway there is always going to be a place where many players die, but pushing on in there with, I think, what, no supports, 2 tanks, and DPS?
Yeah, it's certainly a little tough on that walkway, especially if you're underpowered, as we've seen the attackers be here, but they're going to have to be careful. That Genji Blade is online.
Oh, so the huge deflect followed up by the dash in, a little slice and dice, chiffonading these players left and right, cutting them in very, very thin strips. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and We're not looking at a Litchfield Cowboys team that have unfortunately been able to find a tick of progress yet.
And no ultimates coming up for them either. That's going to be very difficult. Nuclear Eagle's going to have a pretty sure fight win if they're able to get that tire off. If they're able to catch them out with those mines in an uncomfortable position. And it seems like Litchfield a little bit slow to react to the ultimates coming out from Nuclear Eagles. We'll see if Nuclear Eagles manage it.
So we're looking at 30% away from a grab, about 30% away from a shatter. A little bit farther is an EMP, but those are 3 huge ultimates that could completely swap the momentum of this game. As it is, getting in damage edgewise, that has been the name of the game for the Nuclear Eagles. This comes in the form of explosive damage from Dr. Drago, and then some very quick cleanup around the back. Litchfield Cowboys, if they were playing a little bit closer together, might have been a different story, but again, maybe that's just theory crafting at this point.
As we look ahead, Nuclear Eagle's going to be trying to get those last few kills onto McRosey. They're not quite able to find them. They're going to be content with the fight win. Does eventually clean up that Zarya, who now has the grab. An opportunity is there, but might well be answered by the Valkyrie. The aggression continues to come out.
Oh man, a Gravitic Flux as well. Only finds 1 hit, but that's going to be A-okay. The follow-up with the tire, I mean, you're in spawn right now. That's a little bit dangerous. There's definitely time for Litchfield to come back at this one. Got the grab. Got the sound barrier soon. EMP.
Definitely looking good for the Nuclear Eagles. They did get to touch that spawn a little bit, something we don't see too often on Nombani, but Narcissus is going to be hopping up on that Wrecking Ball right with the pile driver collapsing on the Miracle with their team.
Oof. Heartbreaking. Narcissus pairing with Dakwall again. This has been an absolutely oppressive divey DPS tank combo. Huge stuff from this duo so far. Tanky not able to get back with the rest of his team. Litchfield kind of scrambling to try and touch point in the next 22 seconds.
And the trap from Dr. Drago going to be locking it down. One of the members of the Litchfield are not going to be able to push in as a unit.
Ooh, there's the shatter.
Goes in. Nice.
DPS core from the side of Nuclear Eagles has been deleted. There's the Mercy as well. This is a huge opportunity for the side of Litchfield. Getting a little bit low as Senior Soul, but that's going to be okay. Oh, the side. Big mines in, out, Vormacht and Senior Soul. Wow. Progress down bottom, though. It's there. Athydra, Sombra is there. They just need to coordinate against this Narcissus ball. The attempted hack coming out. Nothing quite yet. There's the blade. This is bad breaks for the side of Litchfield. Almost to a tick of progress. Not gonna matter. Narcissus able to keep it up through this one. The ball stays alive, contests out, and Nuclear Eagles take this one 3-0 fashion against Litchfield Cowboys.
What an amazing performance from Nuclear Eagles on that last push. Those mines coming through big, getting the double kills from Narcissus, enabling once again that stall to come out, just opening up the point for the respawns. Eventually, the attackers just get overwhelmed, as is often the story in this game. And taking a look back at the play of the game, Dakwall going to be popping out that blade, getting the 3K.
Yeah, big stuff from there. Nuclear Eagles absolutely, I just gotta say it. Between Dakwall and then Narcissus the ball, this dive potential between these two, coordination is all there. There's several different slams that came down, just right there at the back. Gonna be a trio Shurikens for it, just end out these players left, right, and center. And all across this one as well. This was happening on point. This was happening all the way to the beginning of spawn doors for the attacking side when Litchfield was up there.
Yeah, and it's kind of a meme within Overwatch, right? But it's a team-based game, and I feel like that cohesion not quite as strongly for Litchfield as it was for the Nuclear Eagles. It seemed like Litchfield didn't quite have their strategy under the belt as much as they needed it to. It felt like it kept kind of getting away from them. We saw that with constant hero swaps, with the perhaps miscoordination of their team cohesion. That can be so essential in taking those fair team fights. Really seeing that get locked up and improved by the Cowboys, I think gives them a huge opportunity.
Yeah, the last little bit of that kind of flair right there that Litchfield showed proves to me that this Game 3 still can go either way. We want to get some more Overwatch right here. We want to get as much as we can. And I would love to see Litchfield come back here, get a map 3 in there, get a map 4 as definitively as you saw the Nuclear Eagles get maps 1 or 2, and then go to a map 5, just put in a little one-and-done action there at the end. That's what I would love to see. Bring it back to the classic King of the Hill, that control point there on Busan. Not sure if that's what we're going to see there so far. We do have a little bit of replay action, a little bit of clippage, a little bit of highlights from this past game. We will start with Mr. Build. One of them here in just a second. A little recap. We can talk about why the things that happened did happen. Taken here. Dackwell, the way he's framing his what was it called? Your field of view. The way he's framing his field of view on this one. I think every swipe that he got on that one did hit multiple players, and that is just entirely indicative of a Genji player, excuse me, who has been playing this for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. Some fantastic stuff, and Dackwell really proving just in that little that little micro play right there, the ability to get that done, Sir Waltham. That's why he's playing this DPS role for a very successful Nuclear Eagles squad.
And I'm even more so excited to see how Nuclear Eagles going to take their composition as we look towards our next map, that Hanamura pick, or that Hanamura rotation, not necessarily a ban system coming through for these maps in Overwatch, but as we look towards Hanamura, a big opening here. We know that Hanamura has, a fairly tight choke. I don't think that's a
Nobody's arguing with that one.
Yeah. There's no argumentation there. But I'm just curious because, we saw Litchfield leaning on that Bastion quite a bit. Huge opportunity there. I think that Hanamura might be one of those maps where you can make the Bastion work perhaps most out of all the maps we've seen today so far, sir.
I'm with that as well. So Bastion doesn't work, point one. What is it that Litchfield needs to do, point two, defense-wise, to stop the Nuclear Eagles and at least start that reverse sweep here?
Well, the most important thing is after you lose that first fight, you need to get the stabilization down. That means you need to regroup in spawn as a team. You need to go in confident with your team compositions and game plans, and you need to execute them as solidly as you can. Once you win that first fight, then you put one foot in front of the other. You're able to start building that ultimate economy. Hopefully, at least burn off quite a bit of time from Nuclear Eagles.
You're crossing that bridge when you get there, like you said, one foot in front of the other. It's all about that process. Just trust it. I like it. Vormach showing that Bastion. Again, I'm not against this whatsoever, especially with the tangy Orisa, Senior Assault, Reinhardt. This is more along the lines of what they need. Throw a little invulnerability field, immortality field, excuse me, there at the end with the Thydra, that Baptiste. That's going to be money.
Certainly see how it gets set up. Litchfield, of course, bringing out the Bastion. We see Brozy teleport fast, trying to perhaps get into the flanks of this team. Nuclear Eagles might just have the tempo disrupted. If that's the case, I like the opportunity.
So we see Lucio brig decently often, but right here, this is a Nuclear Eagle squad that'll really just need to get out quick. Give him the shimmy shake. Spooky Cypher does get away from that McBrozy Reaper, unfortunately. Now the Reaper of their own, that's Dr. Drago getting very aggressive, taking out DPS and tanks alike. Bastion action first, Orisa afterwards. He is going robot hunting. I'm not sure.
And this is where we start to go, Litchfield needs to regroup, get their mind and thought processes right, and then just try to re-execute as well as possible. I really like that plan of sending McBrozy into the backline. He's able to get the kill onto Spooky Cypher as the push goes through, really hamstrings them, but now they're going to have to really work on this first point. They're going to choose to hold on to the lower ground, not what we typically see from these teams.
Nuclear Eagles done a great job of getting damage in from any given perspective. Vermont falling, but as does Redmo, so DPS down from one side, healer on the other. Miracle falls. That's a tough break so far for Litchfield. Here comes the Death Blossom, and that takes down two big ones. Huge source of damage, huge source of healing. Blade at the end, nobody there. Going to be looking towards spawn doors. Vormax on the outside, but he's by himself. Collapsed on by this ball as well. Throglytic Flux, and that's a Nuclear Eagle squad taking Hanamura with 5.5 minutes, Waltham.
Yeah, I use the word blistering a lot, but a scorching pace coming in from Nuclear Eagles definitely feels like an appropriate adjective there. as, again, 5.5 minutes, that is a tough time for Litchfield to have to compete against. There was almost no stall out time. There was no contest time almost coming in from the defense on Litchfield. So they're going to have to really get aggressive on their attack. And it's quite doubtful if we're looking historically throughout this matchup between Nuclear Eagles.
No, I'm with it. I'm with it. 5.5 minutes on. You start with 4. I believe now you get 3 after the changes, right?
I believe so.
Only 90 seconds, 91 seconds technically burned out from the side of Nuclear Eagles as we go into the Twilight Zone. Yes. Thank you. That's our producer, Build. We do appreciate him. Now that is cool.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like I'm about to be fired out of a cannon.
Yes, exactly. Maybe that's how...
Oh!
I love it. I love it. There you go. Maybe one of us is showing off and it's not our casters here, but I do love that. Some awesome animation, a little bit of extra from our production squad. We do appreciate that. Now, firing out of a cannon, perhaps that is what Litchfield Cowboys want to see here. They're looking at a very, very spicy composition right so far. Look at this, extremely mobile.
Yeah, a lot of force that can be put in here from Litchfield. They're going to be looking to get that Reaper tucked in as close as possible, or perhaps just wait to catch Narcissist, although it all comes down to execution when we're talking about the Cowboys.
I hope that there's an NFL reference that you just made there, because it's perfect if so. Miracle trying to get something going in there, trying to get something aggressive from the front, at least split attention again. This choke, like we said, always going to be super hard to get through. Damage getting spit out here by Vormog, who's playing that Bastion earlier, so no stranger to that one, but not going to matter when you have the Shimada brothers, this DPS duo, the Dr. Drago, the Dak Wall. A lot of Ds on this one. Absolutely popping off. Little ball action over here. Not going to be able to get much done. Miracle knows that, and he gets on out of dodge while the getting is good.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I kind of feel sympathetic for Miracle there. Bought a lot of space, cleared out the choke for at least a moment. Could have given the Cowboys the opening to get that Reaper tucked in that I was talking to be so crucial, but just were not quite able to find it as now Nuclear Eagles strike back.
Ooh, Miracle almost getting taken out by a very well-placed flail attack from Redmo. So just simply hitting him onto the side right there almost took out any momentum he had from coming back, but not going to matter so far. Dakwall making mincemeat out here.
Dakwall looking very strong. I don't think we expect anything less from this Genji player. There's going to be a little bit of contest late onto the point, but that might just end up in a stagger for the Cowboys. That's the ball, and Tangy dangerously low, but it is eventually going to survive. A couple of ultimates to contest with if you're on the side of Litchfield. You have the grab, and once again, we're seeing this trickle effect come in. Talk about.
Oh, wow. So Venom actually does not get McBrosy there towards the end. We have a DC, unfortunately, from the Nuclear Eagles, so we're getting a little pause action coming in here. Let's kind of pause. Yeah, let's use this opportunity to kind of frame this a little bit. 2.5 minutes, that's how much time Litchfield has away. The Litchfield Cowboys have from being booted out of the single elimination tournament. There's the playoffs here for EGFH. And again, these competitions, we're still in round of 8. We're still in the first round here. But these competitions are deciding who is going to be involved in the national EGFH competition national-wise with that collaboration from Disney. Big stuff coming in through here. So there's a lot on the line.
There certainly is, and I mean, you know, we're looking ahead. We're looking at, you know, the stakes here, and it just seems like Litchfield are a bit off, right? Like you know, they probably know the stakes, right? I'm sure that the players are being told this, but it's like the coordination isn't there. It seems like there's just one piece missing, and I can't speak for, you know, the mentality of the players. I can't say whether it's, you know, a team communication effort. It could even be, if we're giving them the ultimate benefit of the doubt here, Tugboat, you know, they haven't played in 4 weeks in this tournament or in the group stages because of forfeits going, you know, basically in a line. So there could definitely be a little bit of that ring rust, if you're familiar with the terminology, where they just haven't gotten into the game in a while. They're taking themselves a little slow. They have this natural warm-up period, but even then, if you have that warm-up period, you can have it, but you still have to be better than your opponents to put points on the board. Even in the later games, a very tough spot to be in for this Litchfield squad.
I'm with it 100%. We're not 100% sure if that's necessarily the case, but it would explain a lot here. Even if it is, though, got to shake off that rust and start performing. What pressure can crush some, but pressure also makes diamonds, Sir Waltham. And we'll see how, in the last 2.5 minutes, Litchfield Cowboys come through on this one. They've had some solid opportunities here towards the end, but mostly it's just been players like Dakwall, players like Narcissist, who have been able to get to those back lines, get damage in edgewise, and just again, it's not like massive, just, okay, one player done, deleted, one player done, deleted. It's literally like you can watch the comms almost singing through the air for this Nuclear Eagles squad. It almost always comes from the ball after he gets that slam down, gets that first little bit of damage, that first 100 or so, and then Dakwall is almost always there for a nice little slice punch, end out these players, and it's not so much taking a player down, it's not so much making this team fight 5-6 at this point, Waltham. It's the mentality of the team that has been beaten this poorly up at this point, fighting another team fight at 5-6. It's that mentality so much. It's about just consistently keeping on the pressure from the Nuclear Eagles, and they know what to expect at this point. We'll see how it goes, though. The pause hath ended. Still on the hunt. That's Venom.
Oh.
Looking left, looking right. Oh my god. Tries to break little ankles here. McRosey, that's not going to happen today. Venom from the front. Little diva action against Classic. Ooh, that's Warmock who got pretty happy that Zarya ran out. But again, as I said, Doc Wall is always there. There's a player left.
Oh, and the grab tries to grow up from Venom, misses, showing their frustration.
Yeah, he realizes the mistake. I love this. I love that. Nice little frame of mind, you know when you're at, reading the room, whatever you want to call it. Lines out in the front. Athedra now with the sound barrier is rest of Nuclear Eagles do a great job clearing this minefield so far. Playing a different game. That one's called Minesweeper. That might be a little bit old reference or something, but that's okay. Athedra down, Dr. Drago as well. Huge sorts of damage done from the Nuclear Eagles as Dakwall and the rest almost look content to let Miracle spin round and round like a record. That's another very, very old one. But that's a boop actually onto the other, and just like that, ending the hopes and dreams of our Cowboys fans. That's Dakwall there with another blade.
And I just love the way the Eagles played that. They see the spin to win mechanics that you'll see, a lot of Wrecking Ball players try to cheese out, but they just stay out of that reach from Miracle, eventually take up their own ult charges, drop them and win the fight. Plus, they burnt off a lot of time here at Litchfield. Been pretty close to done.
Vermbach trying to get around the rest. Miracle did get another minefield out. There's the grab, a lot coming out. McRosey trying something, but with the rest of his squad deleted, we're looking at 45 seconds in a Litchfield Cowboys squad that is now down to their rock and a hard place situation.
You're looking for bright lights on Litchfield Cowboys. You have two. You have that Transcendence and you have the Self-Destruct. You have one light. God. One headlight just got knocked out.
Oh, man. Come back. You have 30 seconds of this. Okay, smart. Litchfield realizes this. Yes, so no trance on board. The aimbot's not quite up there so far. Vormok now, there's a cool shot, self-destruct. Brig's gonna be knocked from it. Miracle tries to get that Brig knocked away, but is gonna get damage in otherwise, and McRosey finishing that. Dr. Drago is not going to let anybody on into his point. Here comes the Dragons on the end to try and section off this damage. Miracle might be able, nope, he's not gonna be able to. Falls to a well-placed mine, and that is Nuclear Eagles with all but a bow. Yep, a bow on this game. Nobody is able to get there. 3-0 situations for them overall against the Litchfield Cowboys.
Yeah, and not quite sure, but Litchfield Cowboys really needed that Transcendence. Got popped a bit too early, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles their tugboat. As we see Nuclear Eagles walking away with a little bit of a highlight going in favor of a Red Mosquito on that break.
Oh, look at that. Maintaining perfect distance on this one to both get in damage, but not get close enough for them to hit them. Fantastic stuff right here. Tough breaks for your Litchfield Cowboys squad. 3-0 fashion on this, and this is single elimination, so we are going to have a winner. We are going to have a loser. This is the Nuclear Eagles moving on in here to the round of 4, which I do believe is going to be played on Saturday, correct?
Yes, that is going to be the case. We will be seeing those semis and the finals on Saturday, folks.
Sir. So a little bit of recap here, a little bit of clip action. I'm going to show you guys what it is and talk about it a little bit, and then get you on to our next matchup here.
They actually just invested it. Quite costly, using that just to get out of spawn. Not going to be able to keep your team alive on.
And with it, does increase your movement ability, the only movement ability that our good old floating Zenyatta does have. But yes, all for not there towards the end. We saw Dr. Drago popping off there at the end as well. So shout outs there to him. I believe we're going to have a couple new casters coming in for you guys. So for right now, Waltham and I will tell you guys goodbye. But that is not it for our EGFH, the high school side Overwatch competitions. We are continuing on. We got 2 more at least here for you on stream. So more Overwatch action will be popping off. And hopefully that will be a little bit more close. Just, reporting the news, saying what it was on paper. That was a 3-0 victory for the Purple Eagles against the North Mesquite Stallions in game number 1. Then similar forms, Nuclear Eagles putting down Litchfield Cowboys 3-0, game number 2. Game number 3 starting here in just a minute.
What is going on, guys, gals, and other pals? I am play-by-play caster Septilance here with my good friend and colorcaster Jag to welcome you to the EGFH Season 7 season semi-finals, I believe, quarterfinals. The teams we will see today are competing in these season championships to qualify for the EGFH National Tournament in June as a part of EGF's collaboration with Walt Disney.
It's a really cool tournament. It's really good to see the players of the future. You know, some of them might go on to the collegiate level at some point, so maybe we'll see some of them here next year, but that's about later. This is about now. We've already seen two great games today. We already know two teams moving on to the semifinals. And I'm going to look for those teams really quickly. Looks like it's the Nuclear Eagles and the Stallions, so congrats to them on getting those 3-0 victories earlier. But now we're going to be moving on to this matchup. It is the Gaels White against Crespi Celtics. Celts A, and it's going to be a good matchup. These teams have not played each other because they were in different sides of the group stage.
Right.
But the sister team of Celts, Celts B, did play Gaels White, and they won that matchup 3-0. So I'm sure Gaels White, they're looking for a little bit of revenge against this Celts organization, the Celts school.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're watching the Celts A right now. Celts B coming up in the game immediately after this one. So it's going to be two representations with the same name, but this is the A team. That'll be the B team. So be sure to not get that confused if you're hanging out here with us tonight. But as we move in, we're seeing Reinhardt making his triumphant return. Those buffs coming through. His swing just a little bit more damage. And that's really, you know, all it could take to make his character just a little bit stronger, a little bit more viable. And now we're going to see an immediate switch coming out from Bird. So it's going to be Rein Zarya versus Rein Roadhog. So I think a lot more damage about to come out from Gaels White here.
A lot more damage, but they won't have that projectile bubble to help with any anti-nades. You see both teams are running on it. Already one hit, and that projectile bubble is not going to be there. Speaking of
anti-nades, the bubble comes through before the nade, so we're going to see Mr. Danklin fall immediately, but Ace of Spades is going to be the next one to fall. It's going to be a 5-5, the main tank and a DPS missing for these teams respectively. It's going to be difficult for this team without a main tank to be pushing in, but Mercury able to pick up another elimination onto Wonton, going to be able to take them out of the fight right away. Venus finds Oblivion, and the Celts, I mean, they've pretty much solidified their spot on this point. Bird's almost able to find an elimination onto Mercury, but a fantastic bubble once again coming through from Venus. Mercury finds bunks off the back of it. We see the Celts, they're putting the work into Gaels White right here.
Gaels White, they got that first pick, but they weren't able to do anything, and now you're seeing the Lucio Oblivions gonna be chased all the way to spawn, but gonna get out, and that's really important because they already almost have that sound barrier online. So as long as they can stay in this fight, stay alive for a little bit longer, they might be able to build it just in time for that blade that's gonna come out from Mercury.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very rare you see a Lucio beat going to be the first ultimate on a team to be prepared. The Ana Nano not far behind, might even beat it to the punch here as Ana can farm a little bit faster, but these supports going to be neck and neck for Gaels White. But the Celts, they've got 5 ultimates, almost all 6 coming in. A 3-man shatter is going to make this first engagement a tough one. Mercury going to pick up a double kill right away. The visor coming out from Wonton, just desperately trying to find even a single elimination. A single health going to be ripped away by Mercury's dash once again. Here comes a nano from Bunks onto Ryan. The shatter coming out as well, and that's going to be an elimination. A great nano coming out from Bunks, from L-Dog there. And that looks like, I mean, the Celts, they're just not going to drop this point. Right now, this is a phenomenal look for them. Only committing 2 ultimates there. They've still got 4 more, and they're already coming up on final fight here.
Yeah, L-Dog had a great positioning there, had a great anti. Bunks, he commits the nano, but it's on the wrong target in my opinion. They don't use it on the Reinhardt, they use it on the Reinhardt instead of the visoring soldier who is very weak to Swanton. Not going to get any use out of that ultimate. They do still have that sound barrier for that blade that's coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's going to be the sound barrier. The Nano Blade kind of down the drain here, able to pick up 1, no, make it 2 eliminations, not down the drain at all. Mercury able to find those necessary shots, trying to find a 3rd elimination onto this Ana, but just unable to do so quite yet. Mercury, I mean, just the player of the match so far. Gold eliminations by a country mile here, and just finding elimination after elimination. That was a clean fight for the Celts, but that was the cleanest game for Mercury on that Genji.
It was very clean. You don't see a lot of Genji anymore. You know, he had that buff a little while ago, came back for a good time, and then immediately was booted out once those nerfs came in. That put him a little bit lesser in the scale of DPS, but especially when you have an Ana, there's no reason not to run him, and if you feel comfortable on it like Mercury is, you're using that Ana because you want to catch out the Reinhardt. So they are forced to use projectile bubbles if you use your anti-nade, but in this case, you can commit the nano either way. You're going to see they're not going to be running the Genji this time around, instead they're going to be going for a McCree. But still, you know, if you can play just as well on the Sitskin hero as you were on the projectile, your DPS are going to help you go over that finish line.
Absolutely. Ace of Spades going with an early Bastion as well, which I do not think is going to be the proper pick for this team. Immediately going to swap onto the Junkrat, making just a little bit more sense there. The Celts, they've got an early lead, and it was a dominant one to say the least. So as they move into this next fight, they're going to be a little bit confident, but as their hubris is going to get the best of them. The Celts able to take a very early high ground, which of course they're going to have to give up the point to do so. Mr. Danklin going to drop early on. The bubbles coming out, and Bunks the first to fall. Oblivion's gone. Reinhardt the next one to fall. The Zarya ripped to shreds, and just the Celts find, I mean, Mr. Danklin alone finds a 5k in the midst. That's going to be an immediate 70% shatter online. And Gaels White, I mean, Gaels White, but right now they are covered in red because the Celts are ripping them apart.
And who was there to pocket that Reinhardt the entire time? It was L-Dog with that Ana, hitting shot after shot, making sure that that Reinhardt was nice and healthy, enables them to swing for the fences, and like you said, 5 kills on the board, already so close to that shatter.
Yeah, Shatter coming out this early on is a terrifying thing to be going up against. You see the enemy Ryan just now capping that halfway mark. Mr. Danklin waiting to find a Shatter lined up already. I mean, this is a fight-winning ultimate. I think Gaels White could be sent right back to spawn simply because of a well-placed Shatter. And with Wonton being the first eliminated, Ace of Spades not far behind. Mercury picking up a triple kill in the back line, finding half the team almost on their lonesome. Mr. Danklin and Venus able to pick up the rest. That is another complete team kill coming out from the Celts, excuse me, onto Gaels White.
And you can't let Mercury get on the flank like that.
Honestly.
McCree, sure, you have the roll, but besides that, there's no mobility, and again, a little bit extra health than they used to, 225, but that's still not enough. You focus that McCree down, that's a huge opening pick for you. Instead, your attention is turned the other way, and when your attention gets split, it's not going to end up well for your team.
Yeah, honestly. And Reaper, usually the character to watch out for. These teams, Reaper a great damage dealer, but both these Reapers yet to do much. Little Jeeves being shown up by Mercury here, just kill after kill coming out of this McCree and this Genji. The high noon, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a bait here. Nobody's there to line it up, but it does force a little bit of panic. So Mercury going to look for it, and a shatter from Mr. Danklin clean into the shield of the enemy Rhine. The beats coming out from both Lucios respectively. Shroom dropping theirs a little bit earlier. Venus now going to get a free grab, but here comes a tire from Ace of Spades, able to pick up a double kill. Gaels White, this is the closest they've come to winning. The Boostio now online, rushing into the point at light speed here, trying to find a kill, but Mercury with the headshot going to send that Lucio right back to spawn. Bird committing a grab way too late into the fight. Nobody there to clean up off the back of it. 5 seconds left, and the Celts, they're looking to take this 200-0.
It's only going to be the right hand for the contest, but no, the counter charge going to stop them from touching the point, and that was 200-0, 2 points, going the way of Celts A without giving up a fight, only a few deaths in between, and wow, that was pretty dominant. And looking at the regular season, both Celts A and B finished second in their group respectively, so both of them had a lot of momentum going into this, but I mean, how much cleaner can you get than that? And that last fight also was just so strange. It was just so many like ults that were kind of just used in tandem, and none of them got a ton of value. And in the end, it was just their team play that got, you know, what they needed. The Shatter missed, they used the High Noon and the Nano, and they don't get value. And yet still, somehow, it's that anti-hit at the end of the day from L-Dog that came out that really put them ahead. Yeah,
and I mean, it was just a phenomenal job from the Celts as a whole. We saw 81% kill participation coming out from a Genji. That is terrifying. Mercury almost single-handedly just sent Gaels White to spawn time and time again. We're going to have a super quick break, just not even really a break. We'll be back in just a second. We have a technical error coming up, so don't go far. We'll be right back in a minute. We've got plenty of Overwatch left for the night. Welcome back, everybody. We fixed that mild technical error, and we are ready to talk about what was the most dominant game of Overwatch I've seen in a really long time. The Crespi Celts took a 200-0 against Gaels White in that first control map, going to be Oasis, and if that's a tell for how the rest of the series is going to go, this could be over in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we've already heard that Mbani has been full held spawn camped in the previous game, so maybe we'll see some of that come out now. But I think the biggest thing is you saw Gaels White, they had opportunities, they had plays they could make. They got that first pick when they went to university and just weren't able to follow up. And then that last fight on City Center, they had opportunities there, they got picks. But that tire still weren't able to get the job done. So it's just, I think you've talked about it a few times, this idea of checkers versus chess. And I think we know which is which right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a metaphor that I use quite often. One of these teams playing checkers, one of these teams playing chess. Like you said, it's quite obvious which one of these teams is at which of these boards. And right now, you know, Gaels White, they've got time to turn it around. This is a 1-3, so just because they've lost the first map does not mean they're out of the series by any means. But hopefully they can kick it into high gear, because that was not a good look for them.
And while we wait for that second map to happen, let's take a look at the highlights from the first map. And I've got a feeling they're going to be more in one team's favor. most amazing thing was that, like, looking at that as well as the other play, the positioning of Mercury, maybe not the best, but wasn't getting punished for it. Now, moving on to that second map of Nabani, and if you're just joining us, Crespi Celts, a very dominant performance on the first map to put them up 1-0. They're going to be on the attack first, so here they are, making their way through that high ground in Nabani.
Yeah, something tells me that we're probably going to get to see all of Numbani today at least once, as if the Celts play even close to how they played on Oasis, this is going to be a slaughterhouse. But Mr. Danklin almost eliminated right away. L-Dog now in the Baptiste, so Immortality Field, obviously a very strong ability. That's going to be a trade for a trade. Bunks and Mr. Danklin, respectively. Now, Shroom can go for the Resurrection on this Rhine, but 9 out of 10 chance that body's going to be blocked more than anything else in this game ever has been. That's exactly what happens. That respawn timer gets burnt out, unable to find that Resurrection. So now the Celts, they've got to wait just a little bit for their main tank to return.
You're seeing Mercury on the flank, though. The Mana knows that there misses the sleep dart, the nade thrown, and now the whole team is rotating just to avoid this one DPS player. Now that rotation coming out from Celts A, and oh no, some of the people on the side of Gaels White, they've dropped about their main tank there.
Yeah, Gaels have made quite a big mistake here. They've split their own team, and now the main tank pushing in almost single-handedly. Nobody else there to clean up the damage off the back of it. No, now they're all slowly going to make their way in, but Mr. Danklin able to find Bird off the back of it. That's going to be a great pick for the Celts. No Resurrection available as they're running a Lucio on a comp, but the beat is here to keep the team alive if necessary. No, here comes a Bob from Little Jeebs instead. The Celts flying in, able to find Wonton, Ace of Spades, the next to go. That beat not coming out anytime soon. Mr. Danklin again with a dominant performance coming out here on Numbani. That's going to be a first point cap rather quickly, about a minute and a half off the clock.
Gaels White, again, they had an opportunity to win that. You noticed it. There were some people that were so weak on the side of Celts A. The Mercy was super weak. One of their other really squishier characters wasn't sure who it was.
No.
But if there was follow-up, they would have been able to win that fight. And now you're seeing the attackers, they're just pushing all the way in.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, and I don't like to often break it down to a single player difference, but I think we're seeing a rather large main tank difference between these two. Between Mr. Danklin and this enemy Rhine as well. We see Mr. Danklin constantly holding down that W key and just getting super aggressive 100% of the time. We're not seeing that same energy coming out from Gaels White. The Celts, they've basically taped down their W keys and they are not stopping anytime soon.
Well, that's the thing. It might be the tank difference. It might be the specific player. You know, maybe they're not as comfortable on Rhine, but it's also about how the rest of the team plays. You're seeing that Celts, they're supporting their Rhine so much. They have that Mercy for the pocket. They have the Immortality Lamp they can use. So there is a lot of utility that can help protect Mr. Danklin.
Yeah, absolutely. These supports pocketing this Reinhardt harder than ever, and that's exactly how they're winning these fights time and time again. Gaels White, they've got the beat online to most likely counter that Dragons coming out from Mercury anytime now. Another biffed shatter from Mr. Danklin. For such a dominant Reinhardt player, you'd expect more consistent shatters, but that shatter clearly will not matter as half the team gone in the blink of an eye. The Bob the next to fall, and 2 more kills. That's going to be a technical team kill coming out. Gaels White, Wonton eliminated. If the Zarya falls, that's another technical team kill coming out. And we see Mr. Danklin absolutely losing his mind. DPI through the roof there, just trying to block every shot possible. Another 6K comes out. Ace of Spades dropping the beat at a very unconventional time. Gaels White unable to do anything off the back of it. Now here's Bunks with the high noon, but that high noon is sent away. That watch is shattered once again. And Mercury on the Hanzo, on the Genji, on the McCree. Mercury as a player right now, just giving us the most dominant performance I've seen in a very long time.
Headshot after headshot after headshot. The counter dragons are available. Not going to click them yet. They do lose L-Dog, so is it an opportunity right now for Gaels White?
Oh. It should be an opportunity, but now we see that Reinhardt already critical health, the Nano down the drain, no ultimates online for Gaels White, and the Celts, they're going to push in. They've lost 2 players already, but they're going to continue to push forward, and that clearly won't matter. They've got 4 minutes and 7 seconds on the bank. Even if Gaels White caps all 3, this is going to be a Herculean task.
Yeah, to even it up or even get a better time, that seems pretty improbable, but they're going to give it their all. They're going to try their best, and again, moments of brilliance just weren't able to get the job done. You can see that sometimes team play is so much more important. You notice the shatters, they're not connecting, but what happens after the shatter? So much follow-up from Celts A. In fact, it kind of feels like the shatter is just for like fun at that point. They're just like, hey, like I'm using this ultimate because look at the animation, it's so cool. The ground moves a little bit, and then you see the application matrix come out, the Bob, the Dragons, everything is there, everything is available, and the follow-up, the team play has just been astounding from Celts A. Gaels White, they've shown that from time to time they can match mechanically. The question is, can they get the skill they need around the rest of the team to even things up? I think we break it down again to that tank matchup. If they can help their Rhine out a lot more, I think there is a chance because there are great plays being made from the Reinhardt on the side of Gaels White. It's just
truly
that so close, but so far at the same time. So many kills that could be there just with one extra hit from a teammate. But as we saw in that first point, completely split when they were trying to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. These tanks not really going toe-to-toe as Mr. Danklin is breaking the enemy Rhine's toes every single time they appear. And that's not necessarily a great look. But like you said, that might not be the Rhine's fault. It might actually be that Lucio and that Moira out of Gaels White here that's making it a little bit harder to play that aggressive Rhine. And correct me if I'm wrong, an unrelated question here. Was Jom playing for the Celts on Oasis, or is that a swap?
Honestly, not sure. We can go back.
I honestly don't know either. I noticed the name and realized I haven't said it once today, so I'm not sure if that's something that I just simply missed earlier or not. But either way, just such a consistent Zarya game coming out here on Numbani. A phenomenal performance so far. Very well-timed bubbles coming out as well, and that's a great look, all things considered. Now Gaels White taking the damage here. The damage being put in, but they're still going to be able to survive a little bit. Oh, and as I say it, as I live and breathe, Mercury finds a triple kill off the back of it. I'm talking about their survivability, and Mercury goes to show that they have none. A very clean triple kill coming in the blink of an eye.
Both teams running a Junkrat. Look at the alt charge difference. Mercury already has that Riptire online. Wonton only at 15%, and we might have not mentioned Jom earlier. Maybe they were or were not in this map. Look at this Reinhardt positioning. But if you're an off tank playing Zarya and you're not being mentioned, odds are it's a good thing.
Truly.
Eva, there's the big bombs and there's a big tire, but with Zarya, it's just like, oh, they missed the bubble. Oh no.
Yeah, like you said though, with Jom, just because we haven't said your name does not mean you are not doing a phenomenal job. You are playing that Zarya the exact way it needs played, so more you, my friend, and you are enabling this Reinhardt through the roof, trying to find another 4K, but instead getting sent into enemy spawn, misses the pin, and we see just an absolute advantage taken of that. Mr. Danklin finally going to fall, and Gaels White swapping up once again. They've swapped to the Zarya, now they're on from the Sombra to the Pharah, but Little Jeebs all ready to counter that. That hit scan player is here.
Yeah, no Mercy as well, so that Pharah are going to be on their lonesome, and there is a bit of an opportunity there for Gaels White to move in, but the swap took up a little bit too much time. They're going to lose bunks early on, and that Reinhardt from Mr. Danklin is going to be back in this fight by the time they touch.
Yeah, this is looking catastrophic for Gaels White here. The Reinhardt caught out in the back line, the Lucio there to help, but the Lucio not going to be putting out the healing necessary to take a 1v1 against your enemy. Rhine here goes for the charge, unable to find it with another great grenade coming out from Mercury. Little Jeeb's going to find Wonton. Things are looking bleak for Gaels White.
Already have half of their time bank gone, and they are just continuing to play musical chairs with their heroes. Closest ult they have, or they do have an ult, but they have that Shatter online, but beyond that, all they have is a sound barrier a little bit ways away. You look at Celts, their ult bank, it's healthy, it's crisp. They're going to have 4 ultimates going into this fight, and as long as they don't use all of them, they're just put them in themselves in a great position to full hold, and they don't even need ults. Look at this.
Oh my god. Oh, Little Jeebs just ripping Gaels White apart once again. This DPS lineup is just ruthless so far, and we see just time and time again Mr. Danklin with great supports are rolling through this team. Wonton gone once again. The Reinhardt the next to fall, and Oblivion's caught out on their lonesome. Mr. Danklin picking up what could be their 4th or 5th triple kill here. Absolute chaos coming out from this Reinhardt.
Absolute chaos, but it's like chaotic good, right? Because
Truly.
It's working, it is dominating, and now 6 ultimates. It's a whole ult apocalypse coming out for Celts A. There are some things online right now for Gaels White. The tire is what I'm going to be looking at the most. If they can somehow combo it with a good Shatter, that could be a team fight that could keep their hopes alive here on Numbani for Gaels White.
Sorry, this is completely unrelated to the fight with the 5-man Shatter coming out. I'm literally just absolutely... Mr. Danklin just relentless so far. Maybe that hubris gonna finally bring them to an end. The elimination comes through, but here comes Mercury in the corridor once again. This is the #1 plays you do not want to be with a Riptire online. It's gonna be a double kill. Ace of Spades and Minority the next to fall here. Wonton, Mercury with a quad. Wonton and Bird unable to find anything off the back of it. Mercury already almost halfway to another tire. I think that was a 6K.
It was at least a team fight nonetheless. Sorry, emotes, but you're not sorry. You're about to win this map on a full hold, and Bob,
relentless.
Not gonna be able to do anything there when you win the map like that. Poor Bob, he's just trying to do his job. But that is a full cap and a full hold for Celts A. They are 1 map away from advancing to semifinals, and it's Mercury once again showing off what they can do on this DPS role.
Mercury, I mean, the Celts playing well with or without this Junkrat, without this DPS player. But this DPS player, I mean, just ripping this team apart. This has been nothing but ruthless. And this actually popped into my head in the middle of that. I was going to bring it up right before that massive shatter. Venus was the other Zarya player. That was a sub in. There was another Zarya player on Oasis. And if you're watching, I apologize, but I did remember you at the end of the day, so please don't hold that against us. Venus was the other Zarya player for the Celts on that first map, so that was a sub in there.
Don't worry, he'll DM you his PayPal for the mention later on. But yeah, I mean, these off-tank players, they're both doing great, and sometimes, you know, we can't talk about everyone, unfortunately, but generally, if you're not talking about someone, that's a good thing, honestly, in Overwatch, because it means they're doing their job. Maybe they don't have the flashiest plays, but they're doing what they need to do. They're getting the job done, and when you got a team like Celts A, I mean, you could talk about everyone on this lineup,
yeah,
honestly.
for real.
They've all been terrific so far.
We've had 6 phenomenal players, and we've got a couple of clips we're going to move into here. And once again, Oasis, like you said, it kind of favored one team a little more heavily. I think we're going to see that exact same.
Team playing mechanical skill. I think awareness is really important right now for Gaels White. You see so many times they are off angles or flanks that they're being caught out from. You saw there on that triple kill. No one was even looking at the Ashe after they got 1. So then they get 2 more because there's just no angle that's being covered to counter them, and there's no shield there to block that damage. So really important to have that sort of game knowledge to help carry you above your opponents. But right now, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into this series. They are down 0-2. They are 1 map away from being eliminated from our playoffs, but you know, if there's a will, there's a way. I've seen crazier things happen. It's been a very dominant performance so far from Celts. Maybe Gaels White, they can show up and, you know, really put some steam back into their, you know, hopes at winning this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that, I mean, they're down, but they're not out. This still is a first to 3 at the end of the day, and they could absolutely turn this around. Do I think they're going to? I mean, not really, because this has been a very dominant series for the Celts, but I mean, Gaels White, I mean, I've seen it done before from the depths of the darkness. It's something that you never expect, but is always a possibility for the table.
We know our next map's gonna be Hanamura. We have seen a lot of Reinhardt so far in the series. Don't expect that to change up very much, but is there anything, Septimus, that you'd like to see that maybe might enable Gaels White to get back into this? It seems like they played a little musical chairs last time around, so they weren't really sure about their hero selection. You know, that can cost you a lot in the ultimate bank. Is there anything you really want to see out the gate from them?
Aggression. I don't think it even comes down to the players they choose, to the characters they choose. It's just you've got to hold down that W key. And if that really comes down to pocketing your Reinhardt and nobody else, I mean, that's exactly what the Celts are doing, and it's working perfectly for them. It's just pocketing that Reinhardt, winning that initial Reinhardt engagement, and maybe finding an elimination in the back, off the back of it, is something that they need to be doing a little bit more. Gaels White, they've had opportunities to win, maybe not on Umbani, but on Oasis, they had some great opportunities to win fights. They had great opens, but almost always, I think their Reinhardt was the first to fall, and even if they did get a kill, they didn't follow up off the back of it. So I think they really just need to be much more aggressive than we've seen today.
Aggression is the name of the game in Overwatch. As far as heroes go, I think, you know, why not cheese it up? Try to, you know, use some strategies that maybe the other team isn't expecting. You know, Symmetra Bastion is always a favorite of mine. You don't see it as much on Hanamura as opposed to other maps like King's Row, but why not? You know, give it your all. I mean, this is your last chance. You might as well try some things, see if anything works. We do know the teams will be swapping sides this time around, so it might be a bit of a shorter map than last time, depending on how things go, which means Gaels White, they will be on the attack this time around. Crespi Celts A. Crespi, is it? I mean, how do you say that? I'm trying to learn it right now, but Crespi, I think that sounds right.
Yeah, I'm also saying Crespi. I can't tell you it's right, but I can tell you that's also what I'm saying. So
what I'm worried is that it sounds too close to Crispy, which is what I'm not trying to say. But you know, we'll hear back from the teams later on that. And I mean, we're gonna be playing a next. Again, they're gonna be seeing Celts B play, so maybe by then we'll learn how to formally pronounce it. But until then, still got Celts A right here, and I think for Gaels White, their opponent, yeah, why not? Just I think Sim is really the way they should be rocking this, or at least trying to. If you can teleport, maybe catch them off guard, gives you a big advantage, especially when you know you're going to be on attack first.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. When you're on attack first, maybe you bring out some kind of Symmetra Bastion strat. I mean, we've seen it dozens of times before. I always love some good Bastion gameplay, so to see that coming out would be cheeky, a little bit cheesy, but also could help you win. So, you know, you're down 2-0, your back's against the wall, you know, it might not be too honorable, but it might have to be done here if you want to stay in the series.
And I think they had a better pick earlier when they were on Oasis and we saw the Reinhardt Sigma come out. I thought, oh, that's actually a pretty good comp right now. But instead, they defaulted to the Roadhog, which is not great because unless your Roadhog is, you know, just popping off, the synergy between the tanks is non-existent. They've tried the Zarya, that didn't work out as well. So why not give your all? Why not try double shield? A little bit more protection. You still have that kinetic grass to eat damage, and the Gravitic Flux is a great ultimate. So maybe double shield is the way to go, even if it's more of a hybrid. The Moira hasn't worked, the Ana hasn't worked, maybe try Baptiste instead. We saw how valuable that Baptiste was from Celts A when they ran it. They used that Immortality Field very wisely, were able to save the Reinhardt a time or two, so gives them a little bit extra sustain. And looks like we're going to be taking a short break while we wait for the lobby to get set up. Don't be going anywhere. The final map of the series potentially is up next.
All right, it looks like we're going to be on Hanamura, of course, and Gaels White getting that initial offense. This is going to come in a little bit unusual. You know, they're going to really have to now or never. Things are going to hopefully work out for them because they are running out of time if it does not. We see currently a Reinhardt Winston, which is not what I'd expect to be coming out on an attack with your back against the wall like this, but maybe they've got something up their sleeve that we don't know about.
Maybe indeed. You're going to see if that last second swap comes in, but nope. So it is going to be a double shield, but it's not one that you see very often. They have that Mei, so they can try to cut people off with that ice wall, but it's going to be tricky because they've got to get through this choke first. They're pushing up. Now can they use the wall on one of the tanks?
If they can land a wall here, this could actually work out very well. They could got the damage, but Wonton almost eliminated right away. Instead, Jom gonna be the next one to fall. Gaels White coming to life. This is where the aggression really needs to come out from them. They've got the numbers. Now they just need to not lose anybody else. Immortality Field already gone. Venus is eliminated. L-Dog is eliminated. Oblivion's gonna be the first one to fall for Gaels White, but at this point, I don't think that matters as they just have a stranglehold in this matchup. But they've got to watch out because the one person they've left alive is the one person they need to worry about.
Yeah, the one person who can stay alive for a long time, Tracer. It's Mercury, who's been insane this entire series. Still have not been able to find this final kill. They've only gotten the first tick now, so there might actually be a chance for a recontest from the defenders, but I'm not sure they want to. It looks like they might just give up this point and try again on B.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to try again on B, but Mercury even committing a pulse bomb to Ace of Spades there, trying to find some eliminations, and now we see the charge coming out, unable to find the pin onto it. Mercury's fallen, but now we see the Celts, they've returned, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them turn this fight around.
The Mortality Lamps both are out, and it's going to be in favor of the Celts. Yep. The stall was so good for Mercury.
Just that aggression.
I don't think they tried to recontest it, but then they did. I think they might have just been waiting to see if Mercury could get something done, and it was that pulse bomb kill that was the go-to signal. They were able to rush back in, and, well, they don't have a lot of ultimates to use besides the Amp Matrix and the Shatter, but it's a hold nonetheless. Look at that, 96.6% for Gaels White. So close to getting their first cap point of the series, but not able to get it done just yet.
Yeah, not able to get the work done quite yet. It looks like Mr. Danklin, who's now on the support. We should point that out. Venus and Jom leading the tank line here. So a couple of swaps coming out from the Celts in terms of who's playing what. But we see Mr. Danklin teasing that maybe he's just going to use this ultimate for himself. And indeed he will. We're going to see that come out very early on. Immortality Field immediately ripped apart as well. That's going to force all of Gaels White to just zone out this ultimate. They're not going to be able to push in for maybe 5 to 10 more seconds.
Yeah, if you're Juanton, you gotta avoid the Widow's shooting the turret application matrix. That is just instant death. Now Bunk's gonna be taken out as well, and you're just staying in this choke way too long if you're Gaels White. You gotta go for the full disengage at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Venus now playing that Reinhardt coming out, trying to make themselves perhaps a little more memorable, as we unfortunately did forget them earlier today. But now they're playing that main tank Jom on that off tank, and they're doing a great job so far. Every time they find even a single push, they just take it. They take that inch and they run a mile. And now Venus hiding, assumingly for a nano to come out, going to shatter behind the team. And if this lands, I mean, Gaels White, they're going to get ripped apart. And as they walk through, that's going to be 2. They have no idea that Venus is there. Oh, Venus has been discovered, but oh, a single shatter comes through. Immortality Field going to be bigger. The shatter being forced out now from Gaels White, trying to find this elimination, but Immortality Field and Nano going to be able to keep Venus alive. Jom going to be taken out by that Flame Strike. Little Jeeb's able to find the Reinhardt. Going to be 1 tank down for both these teams, and Venus now just swinging on Bird, trying to find that kill, but Mercury going to take it right out from underneath him.
Progress is great. It's not going to be enough to get them this point. Now they only have 35 seconds and 1 ultimate. They committed so much there in a losing fight. And how they're staggering themselves out a bit more. The Reaper and the Lucio are still in, and they're both going to fall. So now what is enough time for a full recontest might be just a bit of rushing to the point.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. They were so close to capping first point, but I really don't think we're going to be able to see it. Mercury backlining, has a pulse bomb online. Even if they don't get a kill, they're going to force out that Immortality Field, and that's going to be exactly what they need. Going to fly in, but no, Bird going to be eliminated. Immortality Field offline. Pulse bomb looks like it's not even going to be needed. Oh, it's used, but it's going to be a miss there. Unable to find the stick onto the soldier. Nobody's able to touch, and with that, Gaels White so close to their first point cap. 3.4% away. They're still not going to be able to do it.
Mercury has just been incredible this series. A little bit quieter than maybe the last few maps, but that Tracer play, the Tracer stall, was what allowed Celts to hold on to that point when they had no business doing so. We're able to stay alive for so long. We're able to get that exit kill before they died with the pulse bomb, and from there, the rest of the team doing what they do best, cleaning up fights, even with the roster changing around a little bit, as you said, to Danklin on support. They're still looking very clean. They know their win condition. It's a bit more difficult than before. They do have to get basically a full cap, a little bit more than 96.6%, so 96.7 for being exact. And I think this team is up to the task. I think they're ready to put this series away.
Absolutely. I mean, there's maybe one universe where I see this going right for Gaels White, but the Celts, they've just got such a stranglehold. Things are going to be...
They do have a win condition for Gaels White, which they
True.
They do know their win condition. So if they are able to somehow full hold, it is winnable. The thing is that they're running a Bastion, but they're not running a Baptiste or another shield. So it's like they have half of the comp you want for this, but not the other half.
Yeah, they're gonna... The win condition coming out from the Celts, and it looks like they're going to be pretty much ready for a Bastion, even if they use the wall just to hide the Bastion for a second. That might be exactly what they need. So now they're going to be going up through the high ground in unconventional rotation, but they know they've got 4 minutes to simply cast first point.
I think.
Yeah, they're going to be bringing out the Maywall strat, which is an unusual one, but it is going to force them right over that initial choke. They might not be ready for the Bastion, but it's going to come out, and they've already got an early point presence. Now 1 elimination flips this fight in their favor, and it looks like they're going to be able to find it right away onto this Reinhardt. 2 more coming out from Venus with a Flame Strike. Blink and you miss it, but this Hanamura offense looks like it is already over. 5 are gone. The Roadhog, the 6th and final to fall. No respawns, no retries. The Celts come in swinging, and they will not fall. That is going to be that first matchup. The Crespi Celts just giving a dominant performance, taking the victory over Gaels White 3-0.
And I think we were expecting this after the first map, but the question is, would Gaels White be able to put up a fight? And well, there were moments where it looks like they, were getting things together. The ball was starting to get rolling every time Celts A just came back in and just slammed them in the face. You see here, it's going to be Brig getting the play of the game. Just Brigida flailing away, but getting assists on every one of those kills. just a beautiful performance all around from Celts, and they were the higher seed. They will be moving on to the next round, but they're going to be possibly meeting, you know, a bit more of a challenger there, so we'll see how they do in the semifinals, which, if you don't know when that is, it's going to be Saturday on this and the EGF High School channel, so be sure to tune in then for those games. But, I mean, what else can we say for this matchup? It was just very utterly one-sided.
Yeah, there are honestly not a lot to say other than the praise toward that Celts A team. And the question on my mind is, can that B team live up to their big brother's expectations here? We've got the B team coming up next, and, you know, can they keep up this momentum, or are the Celts just going to roll back to back?
And remember, Celts B, yes, they do have the lower letter, but they also finished second in their own group. These teams are separated by groups, so they both finished with around the same record. I think that Celts B maybe had one more loss than Celts A, so I would not consider this, you know, A and B. I consider this like 1 and 1.5, you know, something like that. Like, they're on a very similar level, so I would not be surprised to see them do just as well, but I'm sure the team they are playing later on wants to, you know, show them up and say, hey, you know, we're at the same level. We're not going to let both of your teams go through, but, you know, we'll see how that is in a little bit. And we're going to be taking a break until that last matchup of the day happens. So we're going to be taking a break until then. We'll be back in just a little bit with that last one.
Yep. Welcome back, guys, gals, and other pals. I'm still Septilence. That's still Jag, and now we've got a team that might look like they're still the same team, but this time it's the Crespi Celts B team going up against the Cougar Claws here for our final game of the evening.
Crespi Celts time. So we already saw their A team move on to the next round of playoffs. Now the B team squad, they're trying to get the job done as well. And it's a very similar story to the A team squad. We mentioned this a bit earlier in the cast, both of them finishing second in their respective groups. Yep. And the A team, they beat Cougar Claws. B team, they beat the team the A team beat last time. So, you know, there's a lot of interconnected rivalry here, not only between the teams themselves, but between the other teams they're facing. So we'll see if the B team can get it done, or if the Cougars are going to show up and shut out this other team coming from Crespi. But either way, I'm just hoping we see another map or two. We had a very quick 3-0 earlier in the day, and I think it's been 3-0 so far throughout the day, and that just what happens sometimes, you know, in these early rounds of playoffs. But I know you and I, as well as the audience watching home, they want to see other maps. I mean, you got Watchpoint Gibraltar and Busan in the map. Well, who doesn't want to see those? Yeah,
I mean, those are both phenomenal maps. And of course, the story of every B team amongst the land is they want to show they're just as good, if not better than that A team. They are always just underneath. So that is something to watch out for as well. Can the Celts B team here look just as good as the A team? And like you said, we want to see these extra maps. We want to see something that isn't that 3 Overwatch that we've seen time and time again today. Can these two teams really give us a series, or are we going to be sent home early?
Even if we don't get to 3 maps, I think we'd like to see something, you know, competitive.
At least some competition.
3-0s can still be very competitive. They can come down to the wire. It's just one team is able to edge out a little bit more at the very end. That Overwatch factor that you have so geniusly coin-termed has, you know, comes in, where you basically remember how to play the game and you just are able to clutch out. So maybe it's a little bit more of that, a bit more back and forth, but we'll see how these teams do. We do know that it's going to be the same map that we just had, so Oasis, Nambani, and Hanamura confirmed, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more around. That's what we saw in the last matchup. I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon with those buffs that came in recently.
Yeah, I think Reinhardt, as a main tank player myself, and almost exclusively a Reinhardt player myself, I love to see him back in the meta, back in the game, and I think it's a lot of fun to see him back in the series. He's a playable character once again. For a long time, you didn't see Reinhardt in series, but now, I mean, Reinhardt, at least in that first game, was the sole controller of the momentum of that series. So I would expect to see some similar things here. How well can these supports keep their Reinhardts alive? How well can these Reinhardts stay alive? And, you know, as long as Reinhardt's around, I'm finally out of that support jail that I've been in for so long. So it's great to be playing a support player, playing a main tank once again, get to spice things up in that competitive field. And I want to see, can these players spice things up like I've been dying to do since that buff?
Support player myself, I'll play Zen no matter if he is meta or not. But I'm wondering what else will be played. We saw a little bit of variation when it came to the off-tank role, mostly Zarya, but I'm not sure Zarya is the best tank right now, actually, to combo with Ryan. They do have that synergy. The bubbles are great to protect your Reinhardt if they are, you know, antied or frozen or slept, something like that to help protect them. But, you know, if the Diva changes as well, and she is fixed now. She was disabled briefly because there was a bug that would they make her immortal, basically. She would not actually get stay at 0 health and exist in her mech, but now that's been fixed. So I think Diva might be a better choice, and Sigma, as I mentioned earlier, still a good option. A little bit of double shield, but it's a variety. It's a lot different than the one you see with Varissa, and we'll see if any of those off tanks are played. I think it's still going to be mostly Zarya, but, you know, I'd love to see some Diva play. I actually used to be an off tank player back in the day, Seth. I'm not sure if you knew that, but yeah, it was a Diva 1-trick, and I switched to support just as Sigma came out, but I would have been in a 2-trick with him if I had stayed on that role.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm essentially a glorified 2-trick, as I am a support player, and then I play a pretty stinking mean Reinhardt, so keep an eye out for that. But other than that, I'm definitely in that support column myself, and now can these Reinhardts really make a difference? And it looks like we have a bit of an overlay issue. These teams aren't really in their role of DPS tank support, so keep an eye out. You know, it's going to look a little confusing. Unfortunate that happens, but, you know, it happens eventually, and it'll always happen one way or another. But as Oasis opens up, it's going to be interesting. That's going to be that Rein Zarya versus that Rein Orisa, so that double shield comp versus that Brawl high damage comp.
And Rein Orisa used to be really popular. It was a kind of counter to the Rein or the Orisa Sigma back in the day when it first was meta, because you can combo a lot with the Fire Strike as well as the pull, but now Orisa has been nerfed into the ground. She's not nearly as powerful as she used to be.
Yeah, she really was nerfed into the ground and has not gotten up quite yet. She was knocked down 7 times, but she's yet to get up that 8th. And right now, we're going to see, can the Orisa work out for the Celts B team here? Are they going to be able to find the value in this Orisa? But now we're going to see a double elimination coming out from Kava. It's going to be very quickly in the favor of the Cougar Claws. Both the main tank and that main damage dealer are going to fall on the side of the Celts. You know, that's going to be a great look. Maybe the Celts B team not looking nearly as good as the A team did quite yet.
I just don't think the tank lineup is good. This Ryan Orisa, it's not very good for what they want to do, which is, you know, take control of a point. But you don't even have a Lucio speed to help you get there, so how do you set up? And now they're going to the Ryan Winston. We saw this a little bit earlier on from the losing team of our last series, Gaels White. They got a little bit of momentum with it, but it just, again, just no synergy between these two tanks.
Yeah, again, the tank synergy not coming out. And we saw Winston Ryan come out earlier, almost work in favor on that Hanamura offense. But at the end of the day, I mean, Reinhardt is not meant to be played with the monkey like that. And a double shatter comes out early from Gamism, but unable to find anything off the back of it. Now the Cougar Claws, they've still got a dominant performance, but they kind of put that shatter down the drain.
I'm not sure how it didn't get Road Dogg. It looks like they just got pooped all the way up for a minute, but they did find one kill onto the Winston. And Cole going to be staking on it, so they still have the double shield, but they lost their first person. They lost their Genji, who almost had Blade. Yeah, that Nano Blade almost online before Seahawk Beast was going to be able to find that Transcendence, but the High Noon comes out early from Spirit Hog, looks like a glorified reload, so definitely not something you want to see very early on. And Dread hits a massive triple shatter, but nobody there to follow up off the back of it. Road Dogg, unable to find the value out of it because just the rest of the team not there to support it. This Reaper almost single-handedly rolling through the team, able to clean up a third. Spirit Hog the next to go. Game going to be the next one eliminated. Road Dogg finally killed, and here comes the Blaze. There's going to be no nano off the back of it, and the Blade, that feels a little bit clunky. That definitely wasn't needed there. I think they just wanted to clean up this fight because it's last fight territory. They already have 4 other ultimates that you can use. I think the Nano was committed maybe a little bit earlier on in that engagement, but now they get the Zarya. They still have the Grab Dragons in. The ultimate they needed there, the Death Blossom, going to be offline. Yeah, there's no touch here. There's a few worlds where we're going to see a touch here, but with a sleep coming out from Owe like that, I mean, that's going to be the end of that. Blink and you miss it. Oasis first map going to end in favor of the Cougar Claws. So, Crespi Celts, it might be a different team, but they are finally taking off that high horse, and they're going to lose this first round. Wasn't exactly close either. Are they going to be able to bring it back in the second? Crespi Celts, they were able to get the 200. Oh, they won both points on Oasis without ever giving up the fight. Now it looks like their B squad is looking more and more closer to the opposite of that as they lost the first 1-0 to 100. And I'm not sure what this tank line's doing. They're going to try the Reinhardt Roadhog this time around, which I do like better than what they were running before. I think the Roadhog can sustain a little bit better as long as they avoid the anti-nade, but I mean, if Dread gets hit by Owe, they're going to have not a fun time here. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Ryan Winston can work, but it's not something you should be busting out in a collegiate tournament. It's not something that you should be bringing out against a Ryan Zarya comp, and Nerwick just takes Road Dogg out of the fight right away. That's going to be an immediate 5v6 for the Cougar Claws, and I really don't think we're going to have Cole around with us much longer. The Reinhardt taken to the edge of death there, but not pushed off quite yet. Dread now absorbing that damage. Cole finally falls. Immortality Field comes out a little bit late from Deadbeat, and it's just the Celts B team right now, they just seem so uncoordinated. Right now the Cougar Claws, they just get to roll through them. And we haven't even talked about Kava, who's just been insane on this Hanzo. Headshot after headshot after shot. They are going to be taken down by Spirit Hog. Classic Flash fan. Yeah, so many great plays coming out from the projectile DPS player on the side of Cougar Claws. And one thing I do want to say is, you know, EGF, we usually do collegiate. This is high school if you're just turning in, so these are high school esports athletes looking for some great collegiate opportunities, and look at that shatter. Oh, a phenomenal shatter coming out. Like you said, the high school players of today, the collegiate players of tomorrow. These players all here, you know, they get to play in a tournament, which a lot of high school players don't necessarily get the chance to do, so I'm sure everybody is just stoked to be here and be included in this amazing tournament that we're seeing today. And if I'm not mistaken, the victors get to do something pretty unique involving Walt Disney, but I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later. There's some neat collaborations going on here, and EGF, as always, just happy to be a part of it. Totally right now. We saw South B. They are able to take the point. Now they're committing the whole hog to try to boot them up, but they're going right into the fight. Oh, Kava again. I mean, it's just simple as that. Kava right now, you called it out already. Player of the match right now, just finding those necessary eliminations, always getting the kills when they're needed, and Gamism here getting a little bit too aggressive, you'd suspect. And Kava, another headshot from the Storm Arrow, just absolutely phenomenal job so far. And that's
I mean, this is already looking pretty dominant. Not as close as the Celts. They got an actual point presence this time.
And they got 1/4 of the point. They can't take this Reaper down yet. That's why you saw that charge earlier, was trying to predict when the Wraith form would end, but it's timed it a bit too early. Yet still, Cougar, they have a lot to work with. They don't have that Grab Dragons online just yet, but the Nano Blade is just around the corner, and you know, Celts, they do have the Transcendence, but they're not going to even commit it yet.
Yeah, Transcendence does not come out yet. That is a massive mistake, as the support lineup has been ripped to shreds by Nerwick, and that's going to be the Roadhog down as well. The Genji player almost single-handedly finds the most important picks of that fight, and whether or not the Celts are... Wow, all right, Roadhog down as well. It's going to be a 4K for Nerwick, a great dash coming through. And, I mean, the Celts, they just... There's just a momentum difference here. There's just a coordination difference coming out, where the Cougar Claws, they just seem to... They're our team playing chess this time.
They do lose Norwick, but you saw the Transcendence. They didn't use it for the Nano Blade, and sure, it's kind of 50-50 with that, but you can't use it for the Grab Dragons. It's not going to save you through it.
Right. It's just not going to last long. We're going to see a beat coming out from Blame early on here, and that's going to be a great call, as it's going to prevent most of the Garage Door's damage here. Now the Immortality Field is going to be useless as well, but a triple kill coming out from the Celts after the grab comes from Blush, and nobody able to follow up off the back of a 4-man, I think maybe even 5-man grab. In this overtime, Cougar Claws, they're going to lose the point, and the Celts, they're able to turn it around, but they just dumped every ultimate they had down the drain.
The Og Beast didn't use the Transcendence when they should have, but it doesn't even matter because great plays coming out from Roadhog and Spirit Hawk to keep it alive for Crespi Celts. Now they have the point, 40%, but they lose one more fight and this map is over.
Yeah, definitely putting up a better fight than we expected. That first map a little bit sloppy, but they're somehow able to keep themselves alive. Great healing coming out from OA, but it's just unable to find value off the back of it. With the over-aggression coming out from the Celts, this Ana simply cannot heal enough, and Blame with some phenomenal beats as well, but the support line just unable to find the value I feel like they're really looking for. The Shatter comes out, as do the Dragons. They're able to pick up a triple kill off the back, and as we said, they lose even part of this fight. They have lost the second map, and while things get a little bit closer, looks like the Cougar Claws are looking to end this right here, right now. Looks like they're going to be able to take this 2-0, very similar to the Oasis we saw earlier, but not the Celts on top this time.
We did see it a bit closer, which is what we had asked for, what we had hoped for, so this could be a very competitive match going forward, and you know, we know that Control, it's one of the weirder maps, I'd say, in terms of like who wins it. Sometimes you see the teams that are a little bit less skilled winning just because it's chaotic nature. Other times you see the teams that are more skilled just coming up on top, and it's a great example of what we see later on in the series, which is more of what we saw in the last one, but this time around, maybe we'll see this B team bring it back up front. I just think their compositions are what they really need to work on. It seems like on University they were able to, you know, bring it back a little bit, reel it in. The proposition made a lot more sense that time around. On City Center, though, I mean, what was that?
Yeah, that was rough.
It was just, there were components that kind of worked together, and I'm not super against the Rhino Wrestler, even though I don't think it's nearly as good as it was about 9 months ago when it was really popular. But you gotta play around it. You gotta have things that work around it, like a Lucid to help speed you in and out. And we're gonna be taking a look at some of the highlights from this map, so see those be brought up by our amazing producer Bill. And
bit later than you expected, and you know, this B team, they've got a lot to work out, whether it's the comps or whether it's the communication, whether it's simply the game knowledge and the awareness of what's happening around them. They've got a lot to work toward here.
Yeah, game knowledge and all tracking, those things are very important. I think the biggest thing is, what do you use the Immortality Field for based on what your enemy has? And that can actually help you survive at Grab Dragons if you time it right. It all comes down to that. Transcendence, maybe you use it there and it helps with it, but generally it's just not enough to help you survive. You use it for the Nano Blade, it actually can counteract all that damage if you're clumped up enough. You have a Roadhog, so maybe you can just, you know, get that hook in to the Nano Genji. Maybe not even kill them, but just like get them away because they get too weak. But instead, you use the lamp first, you get sliced and diced through, and then that Transcendence, as you said, never ends up coming out. So they had pieces to work with, just couldn't put that puzzle together in the nick of time to take that first map.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they get a little bit of extra time to figure out what's going on here and what they can really do to improve their team, maybe make this next map a little bit closer. We're going to take a quick break, see if we can get these teams in the proper order for you so the top of the screen is a little less confusing, and we'll see you guys in just a minute. And there's already one map down, but plenty of Overwatch left to be played. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. If you are just now joining us, we see the Cougar Claws are up 1-0 over the Crespi Celts. B team, A team was able to take away a very convincing 3-0 victory today. The Celts B team unable to do that, but they're definitely still on the table. They've got plenty of time to turn this around.
Yeah, and the A team and Cougar Claws, we talked about this at the top of this game. They were in the same group. They already played each other. Cougar Claws, they ended up losing that matchup 0-3. They finished below them in the number 3 seed for that group. So there is a lot on the line for them just beyond, moving on and advancing to the semifinals of the playoffs. They want a little bit of revenge because they lost before. They finished below their A team. Now they've got the B team in their sights, in their grasp, in their claws. Oh, I hate that I had to go with that one, but no, they're already up 1-0, and regardless of how the rest of the series goes, that has to be a little bit of relief just to take that first map, already have the advantage, and only be 2 away from winning out.
Truly, yeah, winning the first map, not only a great morale booster, but as simple as getting that point on the board puts you in a phenomenal position to win the rest of this. And our next map is going to be Numbani, which we saw get full held quite a few times today. There was only one time it wasn't full held, and that's when the Celts A team full rolled through all 3 points, 4 minutes and 7 seconds left in the time bank, a phenomenal performance. Then they proceeded to full hold. So it was a great look from them. Can the Cougar Claws or the Celts B, can they do that exact same thing? Can they break not only the first point of Numbani, but can they take it all the way to the end?
I think if Celts B play something that's a bit more traditional, a bit more meta, they give themselves a much better chance at evening up the series and having a very competitive map. So I think it really comes down to what they want to run, what they're going to come out with from spawn. I mean, I think the Reinhardt play was fun. It was just like, what do you throw in with it? And when they didn't have anything that worked, you saw the team, it looked lost. They were lacking direction, they were lacking coordination, and just seems like Cougar Claws, even though they lost a few fights here and there, because let's remember, they did lose a few times on University. It was not a 0-100 on that second point. So if, you know, Celts B can play like that, continuously play like that, it's going to be a much closer second map in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. The second map can absolutely come maybe a little bit closer, and the Cougar Claws perhaps not able to get as aggressive as they'd like coming into Numbani, but if they run a dive comp on Numbani A, this can be a blink and you miss it moment. They can absolutely rip this point to shreds. The Celts, they're going to have to come out just a little bit stronger than they have so far today.
They will indeed, but this is a great time to turn it around. Going to the third map, even things up. Or at least have a strong showing here that powers you through to get into that third map and have a chance for the reverse sweep. You see, looks like a little bit better order this time around. Still a few players out of position, specifically Spirit Hog and Deadbeat, but we're going to see Celts. They're going to try this Rhino Race comp again, and again, I'm not a big fan of it. You can't, it's really hard to run Orion without a Lucio unless you have something like an Ana to pocket them. You see here they have the Bat Mercy, so it's more like a bunker healing composition that they have. But the thing is, how does that Reaper fit in? Because sure, you can just have them free play behind shield, but your Reaper's going to be roaming around and kind of be on their own. On the other side, Cougar Claws, they have a lot of long range damage, and even though they don't have that Lucio to speed things, that speed them in and out, they can just, you know, play behind natural cover.
Yeah, absolutely. And I at the end of the day, I highly expect the Cougar Claws to really be dominant on this map the same way they were on Numbani. The dominance maybe just not coming out as strong as the Celts A team, but at the end of the day, the Cougar Claws were able to confirm many more eliminations, many more team kills, and just like that, that's going to be a great start, and they know that's an unresable position as long as Kava is alive. But no, as I say it, Seahawk able to find that resurrection, and hopefully they press Q this time, because last time that Transcendence was nothing but sent to waste, so hopefully they're able to use it a little bit more. And now this is where Kava's maybe going to struggle to find some value, is when there's no real sightlines coming out, but Kava able to find that value out of the Spirit Hog, and Dread taken out by Gamism right away. So the Cougar Claws performing just as well as I expected them to.
Yeah, now Orisa, that's honorable. She's well, there's the
Shatter already. Shatter already. That's the second time Gamism has found a Shatter that early on in the fight. This is just an absolutely phenomenal performance so far from the Cougar Claws, and this is exactly what I expected them to do. A phenomenal team, 6 players giving it their absolute best, and the Crespi Celts just not living up to what they need to be in order to give the Cougar Claws a real competition.
Kava swapped over to the Widow, so a bit of a sniper specialist, but they have been on point. I mean, they get their resurrection out so early, which gave Celts really no chance to win that fight once they lost a second person first. Now you're seeing they're going to try a different rotation. They're going to go underneath and just try to take the point out from underneath the defenders.
Yeah, now they're really going to have to be careful because they let Orisa out by herself. I mean, her head hitbox is the size of a freaking semi-truck, and she's, yeah, I mean, it's going to be taken off right then and there. Orisa is unbelievably easy to hit with these hit scan players, and we see that right now both Nerwick and Kava right now are just finding elimination after elimination.
The question is, what do? If you are Celts B, and I think
Dive
going over to the Sigma is a much better option, but yeah, I think Dive would give you a better shot. You're seeing that they're trying to take the fight to the tanks. They can't win that one because the BAP healing is too much and there's the Immortality field. You can't take it to the DPS because they're playing so far back. You try to take the point, but you get split up. So you gotta have your tanks play together if you're gonna run this kind of composition, whether it's an Orisa or a Sigma.
Yeah, also something pretty sloppy we're seeing. Oh, goodness, and the shield was able to survive just a second long enough. But something sloppy we're seeing from the Celts is they see the tanks on one high ground and everybody else on the other, but they can never focus. They can never push one or the other high ground. They're instead constantly flicking their heads back and forth, never doing any damage, and they're just letting the Cougar Claws rip them apart every time. I mean, there's 90 seconds left, and I doubt the Celts are even going to touch this point, let alone cap it.
Gamism already has had 2 shatters. Kava on their way to another infra sites. This ult bank has just been so great for Cougar because they keep securing kills very early on and they finish up fights. They have the Graviton Surge online, and I would be expecting that next.
Any second now, I think that grab's going to come online. Here's the MO field coming out early, but Blusha holding onto the grab maybe a little bit too long. Immortality field gone, and Blusha going to be eliminated before that grab comes online. As I said it looks like Crespi Celts are finally coming back to life, but Kava able to find a double kill in the midst of things. The DPS line now gone, Blame the next to fall, and Nerwick with the triple high noon. What time is it? It is noon, my friends. It is the highest of noons coming out from Nerwick, cleaning up half of the team and saving the Cougar Claws after a bit of a sloppy play. I mean, all it took was 1 McCree and 1 Q press.
Sure why Blusha didn't throw the grab here. Maybe they were waiting for something else to come online like that high noon. Maybe they were scared of the kinetic grabs eating it, but yeah, you just gotta be careful because when you're holding this high ground, you need something to hold them in place to stop them from just running through, because you are at a big player disadvantage. There's only 2, 3 of you up there at most during this, and now you're seeing that there is a wrecking ball online, but Spirit Hog's gonna fall, and it is looking dire right now for the attackers.
Oh my goodness, and Gamism just... Oh, I literally am at a loss for words. Gamism playing that hyper-aggressive Reinhardt we talked about earlier. Reinhardt is the character to be right now, and that's exactly what Gamism is. Between Gamism and Kava and Nerwick on this lineup, I mean, this team, at least for the Crespi Celts, they are currently unstoppable.
We saw that Kava's been doing a lot of work on that Widow. And yeah, Nerwick got 3 kills, and I audibly gasped and, you know, broke my voice a little bit. It was like I was going through puberty again. Because it was just playing. We weren't expecting it because I
didn't even hear it.
Yeah, I barely heard it, and then you just hear 3 bullets go off, and there's 3 bodies on the ground. But Kava got 2 kills before that even happened. So it was a team effort by the DPS there to really, you know, make up for the tanks who misplayed that still a little bit, but it's a team effort at the end of the day. So even if you fall down, your teammates are there to pick you up. Exactly what happened from the CPS duo. And I mean, Gamism, as you said, has just been in complete control so far of this matchup, and Blusha not too far behind. Now, that dive you had mentioned earlier, it is coming out from the Cougar Claws.
Yeah, it really is. That dive is going to be what they need to crack this point open, but the Cougar Claws, I mean, they could probably run the exact same comp they did and come out fine on top of it, but the Celts running in Orisa Zarya, I mean, they are building their own coffin right now. Orisa Zarya is not, has not, and will never be a meta. So to see Crespi Celts B team running that in the quarterfinals of this is concerning.
I think that's when you know that, you know, kind of the mental factor is starting to chip in. You know, there might be a little bit of a tilt coming out from this Crespi Celts B team because, yeah, Orisa Zarya is still a tank lineup that should never, ever exist for any reason, in my honest opinion, because because like Roadhog and Reinhardt, yeah, they don't have any synergy, but they can function together, or they can function separately and still be fine.
Right, they can function completely as individuals. Yeah, exactly. Orisa and Zarya, both of these characters rely on having another tank to help them succeed, and when you run them together, that's going to be disastrous. But Roadhog now going to find an elimination on a Nerwick, so the DPS is going to be the reason this fight is stalled, even if just for a moment. But Kava in the back line, a fantastic sleep comes out from Deadbeat, a life-saving one, to say the least. Blusha still able to find Seahawk in the chaos, and Kava still alive in the back line, putting in the work on this Doomfist. Even 1 more elimination to make it 3 more eliminations come out for the Cougar Claws. Blink and you miss it. 44 seconds, and Numbani A is capped in favor of the Cougar Claws. That's going to be a 2-0 point secure. Things are looking very bleak for this Celts B team.
It's pretty incredible that the Celts B team's Ash lived that long. I just saw her like behind 4 people on the side of Cougar Claws. Looks like the target priority was perfect. They were able to win the fight regardless, even though they lost someone earlier on. And just dive is so great on this first point of the body for a lot of reasons, mainly that you can test the high ground and then drop to the point when need be. They're able to catch a lot of Celts B off guard. They are split up, and you play a comp like that. I mean, any Orisa comp where you're split up is one that's doomed to fail, but especially with a Zarya,
that was
it's composition subtilence. It's just, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe these are things they've practiced. Maybe they're just trying to try something new that maybe it'll work. But you know, I think you mentioned earlier, it's not really a great time to experiment in a game scenario, especially with your tournament life on the line in the EGFH. I mean, there are stakes here. There's a lot riding here, and now Celts B, they're in that 0-2 hole. They're gonna have to come up with something new to be able to get the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I'm honestly just surprised with what we saw from the Celts A team to have the B team come in and perform the way that they are. And I don't mean to beat up this team or say that they as individuals are playing very poorly, but just to see such a dominant team come out and then a B team come out and do the exact opposite, I mean, that's just shocking.
It is indeed. You gotta think that these teams share some sort of resources or something, but it kind of just come down to the players and what they want to do at the end of the day. They might be having a little bit fun of it, maybe too much fun. Not a lot of fun when you're down like this, but maybe at the beginning, thinking, like, this is our A team beat them already. We've got the scouting report, we know what's what, but things can change very quickly in Overwatch. We've seen teams that have entered playoffs and things like Overwatch League looked very dominant over a season. The meta shifts and immediately they're, just near the bottom of the barrel because they can't adjust. It's just not their strength. And now these teams that have amazing Ryan players are just enabled to do so much better than they were earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Reinhardt, I can't say it enough. An incredible character right now. The buff is absolutely amazing and has made this character meta all over again, which I could not be happier about. I love swinging that hammer. I think it's a great time. So this Reinhardt, I mean, pretty much the reason Cougar Claws is able to be as dominant as they are. Actually, as I say it, not really, because they did just as well with that dive comp on Numbani A. So I think this could just come down to the Cougar Claws being maybe just a little bit better at their communication.
It also comes down to momentum, right? I mean, once you start and the pendulum is swinging in your direction, it's very hard to stop it. Yeah, I mean, maybe Reinhardt is their better comp, but like they just did so well on it. They feel confident enough to do dive, and there was executed well enough to be able to finish off the map. They only needed one tick, so one good fight, and it's over. They got it almost immediately off the bat. They did lose one person early on, but able to stay alive. The Doomfist was slept, but the follow-up wasn't there to kill them, and Kava just did Kava things, was able to help the team secure it. But I just want to give a little reminder to all of you, if you're enjoying what you're watching here from EGF, there is a lot of other action coming up this weekend and a few other esports titles. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram at official EGF for staying up in the latest and seeing when games are. I know there's some stuff coming up later this weekend, tomorrow and Saturday, and I'll be back here for a few things. I know Celts will as well later on. It's going to be a great weekend of games, and unfortunately, our night might be ending on this last map.
Yeah, ending maybe a little bit earlier than a lot of us anticipated. And as Jag mentioned, there is so many games. There are so many games to be played. Overwatch, Rocket League, Smash Brothers, and there's so much more on top of that. Rainbow Six, and a whole bunch of things coming out of these high schools. So definitely keep an eye out. But of course, what we're focusing on today is that Overwatch. And this whole weekend, if you like what you're seeing, drop the follow onto the channel, drop follow onto Jag and I's Twitters to keep up with what we're doing as casters. And Build was... I don't really know what you want to see him do, but he's a great producer, so please, just to give him a shout out, and if you want to follow him on Twitter as well, he is just a great guy all around, so I definitely want to give him a shout out while we're live on the air, and while we've got time to talk about these things.
Yeah, great singer as well, but unfortunately won't be hearing his singing voice just quite yet. We're going to be taking another short break while we try to sort out the lobby. Hopefully we can get those people all in the right slot, as we saw just two people out of order last time, but we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be back with Hanamura in a jiffy.
Welcome back, everybody, to what I fear may be the final matchup between these two teams. The Cougar Claws putting themselves up 2-0 rather convincingly tonight against the Crespi Celts B team, which is the complete opposite of what we saw from their A team just the game before this, where the A team was very successful in their dominant performance. And the Celts B team, maybe not warmed up, maybe there's a communication error, but they have just been underperforming to say the least.
Yeah, and they did finish second in their group, so it's a bit of a shame to see them not doing as well as we expected, but it's really cool to see the Cougar Claws kind of being able to get a bit of revenge here, even if it's not against the exact same team that they lost to earlier on doing the group stage. But win's a win, and the name Crespi Celts is still there, so they are only one map away from sending it home. Here we have Hanamura, Winter Edition. She don't see very often, so that's a little neat thing there. We see that the orders are correct. Crespi Celts, they're going to come out with the Sigma Reinhardt, and this time they have the Lucio Moira. I'm very happy about this. This might give them a good chance.
Oh, not at least at the start, as Noah is ripped apart, but Kava is as well. Game is, I mean, this is the Havana hold on the front of Hanamura. We're seeing this complete over-aggression from the Cougar Claws. The Celts absolutely come out on top of this engagement. They've got such a colossal spawn advantage, and Road Dogg right now is just ripping this team apart.
Road Dogg gonna fall, but it's a 2v1 right now. It's just Blusha against the world. Now the Junkrat's back again, and a huge overcommitment.
The Cougar Claws with overcommitment's not even the word. That was a throw play coming out from the Cougar Claws. After that Doomfist was eliminated, they needed to run as fast and as far as possible. But they proceeded to move into the engagement and try to win that fight. That was almost impossible. That was a huge oversight from them.
The biggest misplay there was when they went for the resurrection, and then Dread was able to get the kill onto, I believe it was Blame who was on the Mercy at first. Now they were on that Lisa. You saw them run back in and get flashbang. So Blame died twice in a row very early, and OA just gonna reset themselves. And now this is the Celts team that we expected. They're able to get some ultimates here. They almost have the Shatter. They have a sound barrier. Sure, Gamism has the Shatter of their own online, but this might be a full cap for Celts very early on.
The Celts have a fighting chance for the first time in what feels like a long time. Gonna commit the beat early on, and the solo Shatter onto Blame on point. The Mercy ripped apart in front of her teammates. Very unfortunate. They're looking for first tick already, unable to find it quite yet. The drop does come through from the Cougar Claws, but the damage from Noah is coming out. And Spirit Hog! Spirit Hog with a quadruple kill. 3 down to the high noon, and with that, this is the Celts we've been missing. 5 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Backs against the wall. The Crespi Celt B team come to life.
Come to life, come to fruition, stay alive, get to fight another day. No matter what, they will get a second chance on this map unless they can just close it out on their defense. What a great play. There was
breathtaking.
It was breathtaking. I mean, there was a great hold from the Cougar Claws, but then they just were too deep. They didn't know when to back up, and because of that, they got punished super hard for that. And you saw there, Celts, they just took their advantage. They rolled with it, and at the end of the day, it's Spirit Hog with the 3-man Deadeye. We saw that for Nerwick on the last match, and Spirit Hog said, hey, saw that last time. This is my revenge for that, and revenge is best served cold here on Winter Hanamura.
Absolutely. The Cougar Claws got to be shaking in their boots a little bit. I mean, that was terrifying from a team that you've 2-0'd up to this point. I mean, that was phenomenal execution, and I mean, the Cougar Claws made a mistake, and the Celts just steamrolled with it. They took an opportunity and really made the most of it, and now even if the Cougar Claws cap, the Celts are going to have almost 5.5 minutes to do it again. That's insane.
And perhaps those time banks will be adjusted depending on how close they are. We might see them get reduced to more like 2-3 minutes, but that's if, Cougar Claws didn't even get the full cap on the second point. So we'll see when we get there. But my dad has a great saying. It mostly applies to sports ball, specifically football, but any given Sunday, in this case, it's any given Thursday night, any team can show up and win. Sure, Cougar Claws, they might be up 2 in the series, but unless you get 3 maps, you have not won yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Down but not out. The term reverse sweep exists for a reason, my friends, and maybe the Celts are here to show us what that means. But Immortality Field coming out very early on from Dread, going to be eliminated. The Spirit Hog already gone as well. Cole, the next to fall. And the Cougar Claws really trying to take a dominance in this engagement once again. They find a triple, looking to make it a quad, but the Baptiste somehow still alive, and that was a very dominant performance from them as well. We might be on Hanamura for quite a while.
It might be indeed. Dread had a great immortality lamp, but Spirit Hog just got stuck behind the door, was wedged between it and Nerwick on that Reaver's gonna win almost every time. And look at Gamism. Again, Shatter already online. How do these Reinhardts keep getting these ultimates so quickly? Well, I'll tell you, they're pocketed to high hell. They have the on them at all times, and they're just swinging away.
Yeah, they really are. And oh, that's going to be an early elimination. It looks like, no, not quite yet. Yeah, Deadbeat gonna finally fall. Just when we thought the Celts found a massive time bank, we see just relentless execution coming out from the Cougar Claws. They maybe were shaking in their boots a little bit, but all that did was make them a little bit stronger. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Now the Celts, they're going to have to kick into stall potential. Dread has been eliminated, but that's not really going to matter unless they can really get some stall out of this point. They're unable to do so quite yet, but here comes Road Dogg just jumping in. No eliminations come out from the Rip Tire either. Noah unable to find the value. The tanks coming in. The beat being forced out from Blame. If they can get this lower, that'll be a good look for the Celts, but no. 7-second difference between these two teams.
There was a good stall at the end that came out from the Celts. They were able to treat, just cut it down a bit. There is almost 45-second difference there at one point, but able to stay alive. It's a shame that Tire wasn't able to find the kills it needed. Blusha fell so weak, but when you are a Reinhardt with just like a shield and no one else around, you really can't go for those kills. You just got to sustain yourself as long as possible. talked about how, the Celts, this was their moment. This was them coming back alive. But Cougar Claws, they woke up. They are wide awake now, and they are not going to go out on a whimper here on Hanamura. They're going to make things very close. This is what we wanted all night. This is a matchup we wanted to see. It's a shame that it's only happening so far on this map, but if Celts, they can bring it back, keep it going. They could draw it out or, win out to bring on a map 4.
Absolutely. Things have just been, neck in neck here on Hanamura, which is really the first we've seen of that. The Cougar Claws have had a relatively dominant performance so far. It's not something that I've seen coming out very, very expectantly from these teams, but we see the Cougar Claws, they get rolled a little bit after a sloppy mistake on Hanamura. Can the Celts keep up that momentum on their secondary attack? I don't think so, because I really don't expect the Cougar Claws to make that same mistake.
No. I don't think they're going to be taking the same play yet. You see, they are going to be holding close, but
also no Doomfist.
A lot farther away, so no Doomfist to dive in. They have the mace. This is really
interesting.
They're going to try to cut them off up the choke, but again, just Kava doing Kava things.
Absolutely. Kava, just relentless performance so far. And we see a charge coming in early. Owe able to find Cole as well, so 2 already being taken out by the Celts. Make it 3. The Baptiste able to pick up a double kill in the chaos. And Celts B team, they're trying, but right now it's already looking a little bit bleak now that the Cougar Claws have put their head back on their shoulders.
You can't take a fight like that after you lose someone early on. If you get an immediate trade, sure, you can go for the 5v5, but with your spawn advantage as the attackers, you can just back up. You can waste a little bit of time. It's okay. It's only a 7-second difference at the end of the day, but now you've wasted 40 and you've given so much ult charge the other direction.
Yeah, the ult charge coming out very quickly in favor here. And we see the Crespi Celts, they're going to have to poke a little bit. They're going to have to hide from this window. The garage door now covers the entirety of this entrance, but no, Spirit Hog going to stare it in the face. Definitely things unfortunate looking. And we see Cole able to pick up the elimination out of the Baptiste, but now, the Cougar Claws, they've got to make the magic happen, but it's 2 more eliminations coming through from the Celts. We're looking at definitely a first point cap here, unless the Cougar Claws can really turn this around once again.
Oh, it's going to be the first point cap indeed. It's the tire at the end that they really needed to hold on to. Use a little bit too late. No value found. And now all the Celts will have is that shatter going in. Maybe a sound barrier if they're able to build it up. But is it enough? That's the question. You see on the other side, they're going to have a male as well as the dragons from Hanzo. So there are still ultimates that Cougar Claws have to defend. It comes down to now, Celts, will they play aggressively, will they play quickly, or will they try to take their time and only give themselves one fight?
The Blizzard Dragons combo, not exactly a clean one, but one that really gets the job done. If they don't want to wait for Blush's grab to come online here, they can absolutely utilize that. But, the grab definitely coming online in a minute, and it's arguably a much more successful combination of ultimates. Really helps you find elimination. Spirit Hog gonna find an elimination with or without. Gonna force out that resurrection, a clean 6-6 coming back. A Sigma Shield coming in. We see forced off the high ground. Gamers now gonna drop on a point, try to prevent as little room as possible. The dead once again! Spirit Hog picks up a quad! Are you kidding me? The man does it 2 times in a row. Spirit Hog finding a 5k in the chaos, and just when you think the Celts might be down, looks like they're going to cap both points. Looks like it's going to be close. They may be able to recontest. Here it comes, but Owe already gone. Gravitic Flux coming out from Cole, and the Celts B team, they are down, but they are not out quite yet. Cole right now finding a double kill off the back of it. They are seconds away from capping both points once again. The Cougar Claws 2 minutes and 7 seconds to do the very same. They need to cap this point right now, and it looks like they are going to be able to do just that. The Moira, the sole survivor, going to be beaten out. The Fade taken off the point. The Tracer now here. The Cougar Claws, they are playing the stall game, but you never see teams come back from something as deep as this. Things are not looking good for them. And Road Dogg able to pick up another double kill, and the Crespi Celts in that overtime able to secure both points once again. Cougar Claws, they've got quite the order to fill here.
Spirit Hog keeps getting away with murder time and time again. We've seen both times now the point being opened up because of those great high noons on the high ground. Cougar Claws, they did not learn their lesson from the first time. They gave it up once again to defend the point. There is no one to contest it, and just an amazing play. And this time, even bigger, as he said, one more kill, the 4K from that high noon. Oh my goodness, the full cap, and they don't have any time left. That's very important depending on how quickly Cougar Claws can get it done if they were able to get a full cap done themselves. But it's still living to fight another day.
Yeah, and things, are gonna get a little bit crazy here if they go into that 4-4 no time on the clock. It's really going to come down to which team makes a slightly larger mistake. And that's such a simple thing to say. Of course, easier said than done to not make mistakes, but it's really going to come down at that point to all 12 players' performances. But of course, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. The Cougar Claws, they've still got to cap both of these points if they want to take this into extra rounds.
Ooh, 6 CP. We love to see it here at EGFH. And again, like, can you learn from your mistakes? We saw Cougar Claws, they did play a bit differently on their defense, but they still gave up their second point the exact same way. The Celts this time, can they learn from what cost them that first point? And that was playing way too far forward into a Reaper. There is no Reaper this time on the side of Cougar Claws. Instead, they're going to be running the Genji.
It looks like they're going to try to go through the gate right away. We see a Mei wall. Oh, no, excuse me, we don't see a Mei. I'm sorry, that's a Hanzo. We see the Hanzo coming in quickly, just trying to dump the damage in as necessary. If they can get through the shield, they can get through the team. So they really need to put the pressure onto Road Dogg, who it looks like they may end up falling here, but no, Cole able to find Nerwick, Spirit Hog the next to go. Going to be 1 DPS for both teams. Gamism now trapped here by Noah, who's doing a phenomenal job on the Junkrat so far. The Shatter, 4% away from being online. There comes 2 eliminations in favor of the Cougar Claws. Make it a 3rd, and here comes a 4th. They've got that Shatter online, the Ana, the sole survivor. The elimination comes through, and Gamism just a phenomenal job on the Reinhardt as always. Cougar Claws, they've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to really make the magic happen here. Let it go up a little bit, but
if they're able to cap within a minute, that leaves no time for the Celts to get another attack. If they cap under a minute, then the Celts will get a time bank at a minute. Give Cougar Claws a lot more time, give them, you know, the difference maker in their bank. So you see they have 31 seconds to try to get a full cap. Don't see it in the cards under or above a minute, but they do have that Shatter, so it's looking more and more likely that we will see that 5 and 6 points here.
Yeah, absolutely. Gamism has that Shatter online. Here's the Nano, but Noah with a phenomenal trap, able to stall the push for just a couple seconds. Now we're going to see the stun lock come through, but we're just going to see, I mean, we're going to see Road Dogg absolutely rip to shreds here. The Shatter coming out, it's going to be a 0 hitter, as Cole was able to put that shield in the way, but the ultimate still coming out, and Spirit Hog again! Are you kidding me? The man has, what is that, 10 high noon kills under his belt for this map alone? Spirit Hog single-handedly stops the push. Somebody do something about this McCree!
Stop letting Spirit Hog outflank you. Just stop it. You're letting it happen again and again, Cougar Claws, and each time it's just being so bad. The good news though for you, if you're Cougar Claws, is that Noah also commits the tire there, and we said this earlier. Noah committing them in not the most useful situation. Sure, you get a kill, but that's an ultimate you could have held on to for later, especially as a counter to the Blade. The Nano was committed by Owe, so they won't have that, but they will have the sound barrier to try to pocket the Genji.
Yeah, the sound barrier is going to be good to keep the Genji alive, but the Cougar Claws, win or lose this series, that's embarrassing that you've allowed the McCree to do that many times in a row. Noah finds Nerwick, though. Blade offline. They've got to push the beat in Dread, immediately going to fall, and a grab online for Blusha as well. 3 ultimates are ready from the Celts, but the Gravitic Flux is going to find some value here. Not able to find any eliminations, but the damage has been done. Road Dogg going to drop a Shatter. It's going to be a triple, but he's going to give his life at the very same moment. Blink, and you miss it. The overtime is here. Nano Boost online for Dread, but this Ana looks like they might be ripped up. No, they're going to commit it to the Moira. They've got to commit it now or never. The support lineup here stalling for as long as possible, but here comes a Nano Blade to boot. Nobody really to dump it into. 4 seconds left. Can they pick up? Yes, they will find Cole. And my friends, this may have been a fast series before this, but we are going to extra rounds here by the looks of things. Hasn't happened quite yet, but no ultimates underneath. The tire not going to be online. A minute for both teams. You guys ever seen a 4-4 Hanamura? Because you're looking at it.
I've seen a 4-4 any assault map plenty of times. This feels like going to baseball, and then it just goes to like 18 innings, and just both teams, they're getting runs, but then they just keep tying themselves up at the end. This is exactly what that feels like right now. And again, Noah, just that big misplay might have cost Celts this map, or at least, you know, an outright win. They could still draw, even if they don't do as well on their 3rd attempt at attack, but they got to get it done here. Again, they lose this, it's over. They go home. No shot at being the champions here in Season 7. As you know, we move to the National Championships later on in the spring. So we'll see how that goes down the line. And look at that Snowman. He looks perplexed. And I think he's thinking, why do they keep letting Spirit Hog get on the high grounds?
I was just thinking that very same thing, that Snowman sitting there thinking, how hard is it to counter a single man in a cowboy hat? And the Cougar Claws simply they just do not have the answer. I mean,
hey, when you've got the name Jesse, you know, you're just a winner no matter what, right?
Absolutely. No bias from you at all on that comment, right?
Not. No,
absolutely none. That is just, I mean, the Cougar Claws, they're going to bring out the cheese strat too. Not only the Bastion, but they're going to do the rock strat, where they're going to make the Bastion essentially unhittable. It's going to be a fantastic look here. I mean, they're really going to try to win this right here, right now, and they know the Bastion might be the way to do that.
That's going to be a lot of damage. You see the Sigma Shift already gone the Connect Grass, now being committed, and it looks like they're going to be man's land on the side of Crespi Celts V.
Yeah, and Kava already 45% to the tank configuration ultimate. No eliminations yet though, but my god, a bunch of damage coming out very, very quickly. There's the first elimination from Kava onto Deadbeat. That tank configuration already online. Kava almost eliminated by Noah, who somehow flanked behind them. Also able to make it out with their, though not able to make it out as I say it. Hits the wall and Noah will be eliminated. But Kava forcing out the tank configuration early, 17 seconds left. I mean, it looks like the Cougar Claws are going to be able to hold this. Hanamura is dangerously looking like a draw.
There's nothing worse than being an Overwatch player and being like, why can I not move anymore? And then you realize, oh, there's a wall behind me. There
yeah,
it is.
that is
going to come in. It's going to trigger overtime, but it's not.
I don't think anybody else can touch. Yeah. Noah's going to be eliminated. And right now, the Celts, all they have to do is not let the Cougar Claws cap first point to keep this series alive. Do I think the Cougar Claws are capable? Absolutely. But do I think the Celts are capable of stalling? At least for the team we've seen on this Hanamura, yes.
Well, the thing is, they've really struggled on the defense. They lose it really quickly. There on the second point, they did put up a good fight. But again, it really is on the back of Spirit Hog, who is going to be my MVP of the game, I think, at this rate, no matter who wins. I usually avoid it to someone on the winning team. But I mean, just, 10 high noon kills. That is just, I don't know how to describe it. Like, insane isn't the right word. It is just amazing. It's incredible to watch. And Spirit Hog, you deserve yourselves a pat on the back no matter what. The team should all give you a pat on the back for how much you've been doing. Now you see Celts, they're going to try their own Bastions. So all the cheese is coming out of the fridge right now. Let's see if they can do it. They do have the double shield on their side. They have the Mercy. They have the Baptiste. So all the pocket in the world is going to be there for Noah.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be a great amount of pocket. Like you said, the Mercy and the BAP online, so not only the Immortality field, but the Resurrection as well to keep this Bastion alive. They've in theory, got to stall essentially 2 good pushes, and then the panic pushes really start to come in. But the thing they have to watch out for is Kava on the Doomfist. Doomfist known for getting eliminations in the blink of an eye, so they really need to keep an eye on that. And things are hopefully going to work out well in favor of the Cougar Claws if they're going to make a team as risky as this one. But hopefully, the Celts are able to come out on top of this as well.
Really hoping we see.
Oh, they're doing the point hold too.
Yeah, they're going to be pulling on points. So even if there is a symmetric turret there, it's not going to be possible. You see that right now, Norwick doing the exact same play they did last time. They're going to rotate all the way around to the right.
Yeah, and Spirit Hog already on the brink of death here. No, Norwick able to find the elimination. Are they going to commit the Resurrection to bringing their McCree back to life? Or are they going to allow their Mercy to go that deep into the back line as well? Norwick now on the point, single player, able to make it out with their life as well. Now we see the Celts, they're down 5-6. They choose not to take the Resurrection. I think that may have been an absolutely massive mistake. The McCree now missing. They need to find at least 1 elimination, if not 2 or 3 to make this count. But Norwick, oh, Norwick kills themselves. The dash off the map. Just when the Cougar Claws have the advantage, Norwick is going to make sure that advantage matters a little bit less. The Resurrection on the Noah comes through, 10 seconds. Now the Shatter coming out from Road Dogg, able to find an elimination, in Kava staring a Bastion in the face as a Doomfist. There is one thing you never do, and that is stare a Bastion in the face. Blame able to find Deadbeat. This Lucio somehow still alive. The spin to win strategy coming out from Gameism, simply trying to keep the point alive, waiting for the Cougar Claws to return, and it looks like they may be able to do so. The deflect's going to come out very early on from Norwick, but Noah's got more than half a brain cell and knows to stop firing. The pin from Road Dogg onto Norwick, going to be able to take it out, and my friends, it looks like my prediction may have been correct. Looks like Hanamura is going to end in nothing but a draw. Wow.
Hanamura. You were questioning not rezzing the McCree, but if they had rezzed the McCree,
it came down to it.
Absolutely, yeah. The fact that they were able to get the Bastion back online was great. And you know what happened?
Which one do you think this is?
Oh, it has to be the 4K, right? I mean, the more the merrier. But I think what it comes down to was, yeah, there's the 4K. Yep. When the Genji went flying off the map, I think it was because of the Ryan Hammer, the boop. It kind of just sent them flying with the
knockback from the hammer.
Yeah, so the dash being comboed with it just sent them straight off the side, weren't able to get back, and just big plays like that, you know, big plays coming out from this Crespi Celts B team to stay alive in this. We're going to see Watch Point Gibraltar. I'm really excited for that. I love seeing more dive. We saw it a little bit on Nabani, just a little bit of a teaser for it. So for Crespi Celts to be everything, wow, like we were able to survive that. We almost won it. We just need a few little things here and there. Maybe we can make this a competitive series. And for Cougar Clutch, thinking, how did we not finish this off? And then again, it's going to come down to that McCree on the high ground with a high noon.
Yeah, that was definitely something that I don't know, the Cougar Claws made so many mistakes on Hanamura there. They were slipping a little bit, and the Crespi Celts definitely got to come out on top of it.
Yeah, and you just gotta take advantage of those mistakes, right? Every disadvantage of your opponent is an advantage you can use as long as you can actually make something of it. And we're gonna see a few plays right now where they do make something of it. Here are some highlights coming at you, and I got a feeling we might have a few high noons here and there, but
The Celts, in the final moment, this is the best example of the Overwatch factor I can think of. They go down to the absolute wire. It takes them the very last moment to keep themselves alive, and then they are able to successfully come out on top of it. The Overwatch factor kicks in. They bring it to a draw. Maybe they can turn the series around.
Maybe indeed, but they've still got some things to clean up. I talk about Noah's tire time and time again because, yeah, you get Kava, but at that point, the fight's over. Kava gets out. It's fine. Maybe you don't get as much ult charge from it, but even when you use the tire, you're not gaining any ult charge from that kill. So it's really a matter of, do you save this ultimate for the next fight where you need it more, or this one where it's already won? So maybe they'd already hit Q and they didn't expect that high noon to be so big. A bit of a communication error there. I really think if that tire had hit, though, that would have been the win for Celts. And instead of just barely scraping by, they'd actually have a map on the board, which is much bigger, because now if they want to win, it's going to be in 6 maps.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a 6-map series if the Celts have any hopes of winning. And I will be honest, during the break, before we went into Hanamura, I thought this was going to be a very quick series. I thought the Cougar Claws were going to come out very aggressively, and they were just going to absolutely take the entirety of Hanamura, the series as a whole. But no, they come to life, and they're going to take us at least a map 4 here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Watch Point Gibraltar as our map 4. I think this is the first time we're seeing it today. So that's going to be pretty exciting, and it's going to be coming up in just a second. And I think we're going to be seeing more dive. That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Yeah, Gibraltar, a map notorious for dive first and third, especially. The middle point, a little bit sloppy. You don't really see a dive, but if you're on a dive, you don't usually stick off of it. It really depends on the momentum your team has as a whole. But as we go into Gibraltar coming up, I can only agree that dive seems like we're going to see it at least a little bit.
I just want to see more D.Va, honestly. Not enough D.Va these days. Even with that buff now, she's got 300 armor, 300 health, so she can sustain a little bit more damage at range. That armor does, help mitigate some of it that comes in, so she's a good choice nowadays. And I think the reason that dive is so popular on Watch Point Gibraltar is there's so much high ground. And, there are other maps where it's not as important to be controlling the high ground, but here it is do or die, especially when you get to, like, this third point. There's so much to do. I mean, Blue Box is a location that's known very well in... if you're on a team or if you scrim at all, that's something that you need to control if you're the attackers or the defense. So we'll see how they decide to take control of it, what characters they will run. But yeah, D.Va, please. But unfortunately, my wish is not going to be answered today, as there is no dive coming out right now, it looks like.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm kind of disappointed to see that, but I'm also not surprised to see Nerwick back on that Genji. We saw that earlier, so something definitely not a good look.
They got the Nano Blade, and it worked out from time to time. Question is, will it be enough to get them across the side? It seems like Nerwick was really good on the flank, being a great distraction for Cougar Claws. You saw a lot of the reason they won or were able to get the first point on the second attack was that because they just rotated to the point, and then Crespi Celts, they were caught out. They didn't know what to do, if they should keep playing the front line or not give up a tick. And that position, at that point, it's okay if you give up a tick or two. You gotta remember what the objective is. You've already full capped twice, so you don't have to worry about it as much. Let's see this time if they can play their objective, play their win conditions. They're gonna have double shield. Cougar Claws, they have a Roadhog and a Sigma, so This is actually a great tank comp. It was meta for a while, and ooh, Noah gonna fall first.
At least they've got the spawn advantage here, because Noah with the full extend hook coming out from game is able to find that elimination. And, you know, it doesn't really put your team down too badly, as the cart usually makes it at least under the bridge before they really start focusing on those on the cart, but Nerwick gonna fall. That's gonna matter a little bit more as our defenders are down that 5v6, or 5v5 at the moment, I believe, as we saw 2 eliminations come through on Dread and Noah from the Celts. And now we see a hook come out, it's gonna be broken, so Gamism doesn't have that hook online. And Kava on the Widowmaker, gonna struggle on this first point, but the further back into this map we get, the easier that's gonna become. And as I say it, they're gonna find that elimination on the Noah, who has unfortunately yet to play the game. That's gonna be 2 back-to-back eliminations as soon as they poke their head out. And now the Celts, they have to keep pushing into a 4v6. Celts and Noah, the only ones eliminated so far. Excuse me, Dread and Noah, the only ones eliminated on the side of the Celts. So definitely an unfortunate thing.
Kava just has that sight line now that the card is out from underneath. Gonna find another pick, and the coalescence is created on the other side, but it's not gonna be enough to stop this nanoed Roadhog.
Yeah, the nanoed Roadhog, not something you see often, but a terrifying thing to see nonetheless, and it really does work out. The Cougar Claw is able to find a lot of eliminations onto the Celts, and Noah, again, my goodness, man, you gotta stop staring those hooks in the face. It's clearly not working out well for you.
Yeah, I think they need to figure out something else. Maybe swap off the Roadhog, go for a sniper, something a little bit more long range. Sure, McCree has like a good medium range, but odds are you're not going to win that duel against the Widow unless you close the distance. And right now, it's going to be very hard to do so when there's a Roadhog playing that high ground.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Roadhog playing the high ground is definitely a scary thing to be walking into, and just a Roadhog in general on these close corridors with really nowhere to run would definitely be something that is an unfortunate look, but not one that you'd expect to see often coming out. Roadhog and Sigma not ran quite like they used to be after the Reinhardt nerf comes out relatively quickly, and we see they're going to really try to find value off the back of it. Gravitic Flex from Blusha is going to be able to come through, up and down. Deadbeat will be eliminated. Noah finally finding that Vengeance kill, but now the solo whole hog commit onto Noah feels a little bit personal. Dread and Noah are somehow able to really come out on the back of this, the two of them unable to play the game, but Dread swaps onto the Zenyatta, makes all the difference. A phenomenal job so far.
Yeah, almost has that Transcendence. Be a good counter to the Gravitic Flex, which isn't nearly close to being online after being committed already, but in the future they can use it for that, or the Blade, which is the more obvious answer because they once again will have that Nano Blade online for the Cougar Claws, so it's going to be online for that. And they also have a Gravitic Flux, which there's a lot of, there's everything online right now for Crespi Celts. They won that fight so cleanly. Now they're going to have everything on the second point.
Yeah, definitely a rough start for them, but a great turnaround. And wow, a phenomenal hook coming out as well from Gamism. Another full distance hook, but the support was there that time to keep them alive. Spirit Hog doesn't get to live much longer, though, as Kava will be able to find that elimination as well. Now, Nano Blade from Newark in the back line. 39 health Genji in the back line here. Oh, with the deflect on the Dread. That's going to be a highlight reel if I've ever seen one. That was a phenomenal performance, a great blade as well. And the Celts, they didn't commit any ultimates, so they can push into this next fight very aggressively.
We're seeing this again, where they have the Transcendence, and yet it's not being used. It's not being used to counter the Nano Blade. And what are you going to use it for? I mean, sure, you can still counter other things like the Gravitic Flux, but you have a much better chance of living through the Gravitic Flux than you do the Nano Blade, and now you're just seeing kill after kill come out. They're starting to stagger, they're starting to stall, and this might be where things fall apart for Celts, even though they have 6 ultimates online.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, 6 ultimates online, definitely not something you'd think you'd lose a fight with, but the way the Claws are able to find early eliminations almost every single fight, and unless they do something about this Widowmaker, who's picking up a double kill Kava right now, in the best place for a Widowmaker to be. I mean, this is just a phenomenal look for the Claws right now. And on the bright side, the Celts, they got it past first point, a difficult thing to do on Gibraltar, but realistically, I'm not sure they're going to get it much further.
Seth, what was I talking about at the beginning of this map? It was high ground, and you're seeing why it's so important. Kava, free shooting range, Flame there to help with the pocket, so that's extra damage coming out from this Widow. There is literally nothing on the side of Crespi Celts that can test unless they commit the Gravitic Flux to get up there, or this Jumper is able to hit some really nice mines to propel themselves in there.
Yeah, I mean, not only is Noah going to have to double mind extend into the back line there, they're also going to have to get the elimination onto the Widowmaker, which could be a tough thing to do. And as we see Spirit Hog able to find one elimination, but going to be eliminated right off the back of it. Blame and going to find a resurrection onto Newick, so basically no eliminations again for the Celts. And they've still got all 6 ultimates, but now they've given the Cougar Claws a lot of time to farm ultimates of their own.
This is like the second or third fight they've had 6 ultimates, and they've not been able to use any of them. That you're seeing the Blade is now back online, and that's what really started this whole thing off for Crespi Celts falling into a pit. and they still have not been able to use anything since then. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, here comes the Sights and Transcendence to counter Sights. I mean, okay, you know what I mean? A little bit weird, and now here comes a free blade, a free nano blade at that. The Gravitic Flux able to pick Nerwick up. Can they find the elimination? Not quite yet. 77-27 health on this Genji. So the blade, not huge, but even a single elimination onto the Reinhardt can make all the difference. The Celts, they've got to get this card further. They are giving the Cougar Claws a rather easy win condition if they don't get this card any farther. They've got 48 seconds and 4 ultimates to really make the magic happen.
And the Gravitic Flux was really big because of the 18 that came out there from Owe at the end. Now you're seeing Drake gonna swap to try to do a bit of a more mirror support line, so on a Mercy on both sides. But again, there's just nothing to contest this high ground coming out right now from Crespi Celts. They still have 4 ultimates to use, but this Genji is just in their back line.
I mean, that comes down to Dread's maybe poor understanding and just game sense. The Genji was back there for a little while, and as a Mercy, there's only so much you can do, but I think that may have been a survivable situation. Noah cracking the point open a little bit, but until they get rid of this Roadhog Genji in the back line, I mean, this card's not going to get much further. We see the Roadhog just, yeah, again, with the solo hog. I mean, it's exactly what you should be doing to really find the value off the back of these. The Resurrection onto Nerwick in the Chaos somehow does come through. A double high noon from Spirit Hog again, but I don't think it matters unless they find the elimination onto the Genji. Not quite yet. Owe finds Dread as well. We are in overtime now, so if the Celts let go of the cart for more than maybe 6 or 7 seconds, they will end up not taking this cart any further, and that's exactly what it's starting to look like. Blusha able to find Noah, and now we see the not the high noon, the Shatter from Roadhog completely blocked out. This is the series of unfortunate events if I've ever seen one. We see the Cougar Claws kill after kill, but now they have set themselves a win condition. Can the Cougar Claws find the cart as far, or are the Celts going to look to take us to game 5?
Oh, they're gonna have to have one heck of a defense unless they can somehow.
Another nano.
Yeah, the nano coming out, the wrecking ball just swinging around, Kava getting into the mix. Looking very unlikely that this attack will continue to go. I mean, the good news is, yeah, you get 1.5 points, so it's something to work with, right? It is something to work with indeed, but there's so many good opportunities they had. They just stayed with their composition. They were never. Did Kava get like ever pressured like throughout that entire
I'm not sure. I don't think anybody got up there.
Yeah, I just feel like they were just having fun, and sure, I mean, there's a 4v6 on the ground, but it doesn't matter when you can't even actually approach the 4v6 because you keep getting taken out early on.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's a 4v6 if your Widowmaker constantly makes it a 4v4 in the blink of an eye. So I mean, the Widowmaker Kava there did a great job playing that defense and stopping the offense from ever really pushing in as a full 6. And I think the answer for Crespi Celts B is the same answer they needed on Numbani, and they didn't choose it then either. It's simply dive. It's one word. It's one comp. They needed a dive comp, and they needed to take out either the Genji or the Widow, maybe even the Ana or Lucio as well. But I felt they were focusing a lot, in particular on Gameism on the Roadhog. That's not a priority target.
Yeah, and according to Merriam-Webster, the definition of high ground is a position of advantage or superiority, and right now you can see that Cougar Claws, they are being a bit more superior on this map. Sure, they gave up that first point, but it's still very winnable for them. Again, they only need this last map to take it home. Tied last time, didn't get the result they wanted. Now, this could be the end-all be-all for them to advance and see Crespi Celts. They are going to be playing. I don't think I've ever seen this on Gibraltar. I've seen this on a lot of other maps. Dorado, Havana, but Watchpoint?
Yeah, this is, I mean, apparently it's working because that is an immediate elimination for the Celts, but right now it looks like it's going to be turned around right away. Noah the first to fall. That's got to be 6 or 7 fights in a row where we see Noah the first person to be eliminated. Nerwick able to find Cole as well. So our offense, our defense, they are just getting absolutely rolled through here. That's going to be a great double kill coming out from Nerwick in the back line. The cart is already chugging and it has only been 30 seconds. The Celts, I mean, they might have to go to another desperation comp because what they're running right now, they are going to get steamrolled.
And when you do a very close hold like that, the point is never to win fights. It's to kill as much time as possible. The problem is that when you lose your main tank and you start panicking, you jump off the point and try to back up, and then you're still dying, that's when it completely falls apart. That's exactly what happened. As you said, only 30 seconds, but Noah able to find a kill onto Owe.
Oh, but get killed right away. I mean, at this point, you've got to feel something for Noah because this kid has not even gotten to play the game since we started Watchpoint Gibraltar. Every single fight, they are one of the first to fall, and that's exactly why the Cougar Claws are able to take such high advantage of this, like they've continuously done. Time and time again, they're able to get one elimination, and then they just get to roll through the remaining 5. It's a great strategy. They've now got 5 minutes to push this cart halfway to second point with a massive elimination on the Deadbeat, and several of the players of Celts stuck in the underneath here. The elimination's not going to come through. Road Dogg choosing to charge into the whole hog is going to get him killed, and that is just... Right now, the Cougar Claws, I mean, this is the Cougar Claws we saw on Oasis. They're doing a phenomenal job, and I think this is going to be over before a fight can really begin.
The underneath sounds like something you'd find in Stranger Things, and right now it has been a horror movie for this Celts B team. Their Anna's not going to live. There's no one who can touch the point, and that is game indeed. It was a great try by this Crespi Celts B squad to come back into the series. They're able to take it to a map 4, but in the end, the result will still shine through. A 3-0 for Cougar Claws. And it's just such a shame because it comes down to fundamentals, understanding the game, understanding win conditions. You take the high ground, you kill the Widow, you give yourself a much better chance at winning, and they just don't do anything to swap to it.
Yeah, that was definitely just not a good look for them at all. And I mean, the Cougar Claws, they were dominant early on, and I'm not surprised to see them dominant early or later on in the series. Things get a little bit shaky for the Celts, who really at the end of that did put up a fight. Hanamura in particular, they take it to extra rounds and put us into a draw. So a phenomenal job coming out from them, but that is going to be a 3-0 victory for the Cougar Claws. So congratulations, my friends. And the Celts, you know, they go home with that loss, that 3-0, but you know, I feel like they learned a lot here today.
Yep, they will be learning a lot indeed. I mean, there's a lot of time later on to kind of regroup, try to your best next season as, you know, you grow as a player and as you get better as a team. So there's no shame in losing. It's the only way you can get better at the end of the day. But I mean, that's the end here for these quarterfinals. We got a lot of action coming here tomorrow with both Rocket League and Super Smash Bros. And then Saturday, we have all of those wonderful finals. Starting off here with Overwatch League again at 12 o'clock. So that'll be a lot of fun. But you and I, that's going to be the end of it for us tonight.
That is going to be the end indeed, my friends. If you like what you saw from EGF as a whole, from Jag or myself tonight, you can follow the channel, follow official EGF or either of us with our tags below on our Twitters. You can keep up with what's going on here and what's going on with us as individuals. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Congratulations once again to the Cougar Claws and the Crespi Celts A team who won the game earlier today. So thank you again so much, everybody, for watching. I've been Septilence, he's been Jag, and we'll see you next time. Spread love and joy, and the love of esports will take us all to tomorrow. We'll see you guys next time.